Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session and special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, August 14th, 2025 at 6:02 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available through Spectrum on cable channel 22 through Spectrum is down broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, Texas law requires us to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 3 who signed up to speak in person, and we have 7 who left a recorded message. We will now move to in-person comments. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period, each speaker is allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. As you come to the microphone, there is a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference any staff member by position or by abbreviated last name, and we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. Our 3 in-person speakers for tonight are Adam Sparks, Robert Kibbe, and Sharon Vane. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Sparks. I'm a Maplewood parent. The last time I spoke before the board was 6 years ago in a similar process. And I just want to start by saying thank you. I can't imagine how difficult this has been, and I've referred to y'all as the dream team. I believe in this board and the superintendent. It's going to be hard. Thank you for taking the fight. I just have a point of clarification that I didn't know who to speak out to, so I thought I'd come here. In the rubric, Maplewood Elementary School shows a permanent capacity of 324. Every document that I can find, including 2022 demographic analysis, educational sustainability report, and a 2019 school changes document, lists the permanent capacity as 355, and that would change our percentage on the first rubric, and that would change the score as well. So I don't know who to speak out to. If there's anybody who can show me where capacity is officially listed, I haven't been able to find that information. But again, I believe Maplewood Elementary, and I sent it to the at-large trustees and Trustee Hunter as well, that I believe that number is incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kibbe.
Hello, board. My name is Robert Kibbe. I haven't spoke to you guys in a while, but something made me come out here. I've been with AISD, born and raised here. My 2 kids have graduated from AISD. Every time we have school closure, East Side is the one that pays for it, every time. I looked at the rubric. There's some schools on the west side that need to be closed. I'm asking you, please, look at the East Side schools and keep them open. Don't bus us again. I spent 2 hours on the bus going to Johnston. Please don't make our East Side kids spend that much time on the bus again. I've reached out to every single trustee except for 1, and I've only heard back from a couple of them. A couple of you guys are avoiding me. You're not going to avoid me long, because I'm going to be here every single time. I'll be at every single meeting, and I'm going to hold you guys accountable. Make sure you protect East Side schools and the East Side kids. We deserve an education, just like the kids on the other side of the highway get. Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Sharon Vane. What are our community's vision and values? We've been hearing that phrase a lot lately. It's a hallmark of Lone Star governance, which this board has been operating under since 2023. It controls how you ask questions. It controls what our scorecard measures. It controls what you can discuss in these meetings. It controls how you meet with the community and how you interact with the superintendent. My vision and values for the district are bigger than what our scorecard captures. My vision and values call for the school board I elected to define what student outcomes are for our community. I ask tonight for a public answer as to how much longer the board has to operate under Lone Star governance. You achieved meets focus earlier than required and sustained that rating for an additional 3 consecutive quarters. When will Lone Star governance relinquish its control over our district? Thank you.
Thank you to our in-person speakers. We will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
My name is Carol Federick. I'm a member of the Austin ISD community. I'm calling about the 2025-26 district calendar. AISD does not have Good Friday, April 3rd on the calendar. Acknowledging Easter has been moved to Monday, April 6th, because Cesar Chavez Dolores Workday is scheduled for Tuesday, March 31st. I've looked at calendars of 100 districts across the state, large and small. They all take off for Good Friday, and many also take off the following Monday. Only 2 observe Chavez Workday: Fort Worth ISD on March 23rd and Houston ISD on March 30th, both of which take off Good Friday as well. Good Friday is one of the most sacred days of the year for Christians. In the past, the district has recognized it as a day of penance and fasting for the Christian community to honor the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. I ask that you show some respect for Christians in this district and get Good Friday back on the calendar. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Noelita Lugo. I'm a parent of 3 AISD students, elementary, middle, and high school. I want to thank the administration for the following operational decisions. Students at 76 of our 116 campuses will receive breakfast and lunch. When your belly is full, you can focus on learning. Plus, this is a huge help to all families, especially working class families. Report cards will be emailed out this year. Well-informed parents and guardians lead to greater engagement in our children's academic progress. Improvements to field trip procedures so that field trip sponsors, campus administrators, families, and students are informed and off-campus events are fun and safe. And thank you to our locally elected trustees who govern over our district at a time when locally driven strategic planning and action are complicated by power-hoarding control freaks like Abbott, Patrick, and Morath. And lastly, can the board consider giving us 2-minute public testimony? Thank you. Good night.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Lisa Flores, and I'm a parent. As you know, this board operates under Lone Star governance because of a TEA agreement related to serious violations on special education. Every minute in your meetings is counted towards student outcomes. So I'm asking directly, how has Lone Star governance improved outcomes for students with disabilities? We also hear in reports that the district is rapidly checking off deliverables. If that's the case, when will Lone Star governance end? Finally, I request a more detailed public report on the TEA agreement, not just a percentage complete, but a clear accounting of which requirements have been met, how they were met, and how that has translated into improved services and results for our students. Tonight's presentation is underwhelming, to say the least. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nadia Khan. I'm a parent in Northeast Austin. I wanted to push back on something said at the last board meeting when the district introduced the idea of difficult budget cuts required to reach a baseline of offerings and opportunities, a goal that may require us to cut programming in some places so we can provide excellent programming distributed unequivocally throughout every school and accessible to everyone in Austin ISD. There was a comment made that what the district heard is that we, the public, don't want homogenous. When I heard that, my heart sank. We do on so many fronts. Homogeneity is what we would love to see. We don't want to see one school with 8 opportunities and another school with 1 in any category. It would be amazing and transformative for every school to be coined a good school due to similar access to a variety of courses and opportunities. We may all need different tools and resources to demonstrate a competency in literacy and numeracy, but we can't afford to be different in every single way. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Patrick Rosenthal, and I am the parent of 2 kids at Briker Woods Elementary School and 1 at Lamar Middle School. And I would like to thank the AISD staff for all the hard work they put into the consolidation rubric. It is a helpful and useful tool. I want to thank Matthias for coming out right away and saying this is not a consolidation list. I think that's the right thing to do to keep the expectations in check for the stakeholders in the district so that they understand that this rubric is not a consolidation list. We still need to close the budget deficit, and that should be the main driver on any action that we take. Whether a school is over-enrolled and it can help other schools by changing the transfer policies or changing the boundaries, that's great. Or if a school is under-enrolled and it needs to be, put into another school so that we can move on, please make sure every action saves enough money so that we don't get back here in 5 years. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Davis. I'm the mother of a rising fourth grader at Joslyn Elementary. As you consider the data rubric and start thinking about phase 2 of the school consolidation process, I encourage you to look at the transfer in, transfer out data on the rubric very carefully. This data indicates that schools like Joslyn, with a high transfer in rate and a transfer out rate that is substantially similar to the district as a whole, are assets to the entire district. Transfer in rates to a school are especially telling if children are transferring in to the school from a school that has a higher average socioeconomic status than the school that they're transferring into, or if children are transferring into a Title I school and they reside in the attendance zone of the school that's not a Title I school. Thank you.
Free parent. The special education report is repeat information lacking details. There's a focus on technical compliance and outcomes and experiences haven't improved. We can check a box that an ARD meeting is happening, but what's actually happening in the ARD meeting is important. It's not educational programming. You have an entire year of ARDs and you don't make progress. Where's the national search for an assistant superintendent of special education with a profile co-created or with input by CSAC and special education advocates? That has to improve in AISD. The district has to invest in this population, not in legal fees to deny or cover up harm to this population. Separately, why does Dobie have so many newly certified teachers after removing their beloved teachers as well? There's a new ED and multiple other new hires that were from failing schools in Houston. What is our vetting process? Why are we hiring people with scandals and or lists of failures? HQ is still too top heavy. We have to make real changes. There are 43 to 45 executive directors. We need to go in there and make cuts instead of cutting people who support campuses, and we need to make more change to the top-heavy HQ. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment. Thank you to all of our speakers, both in person and recorded, for taking the time to share your input. Trustees, do we have any clarification questions? All right. Oh, Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I just had a question about the, there was somebody who asked about, I believe it was Maplewood and their score. I'd just be curious to know if the administration could just respond to that email. You don't have to respond at this moment with the answer, but.
Yeah, I already talked to the team. They'll be reaching out. The email's already started, so you'll be getting an email very soon.
Okay, thank you.
I have it on my email.
Perfect. Thank you. Any additional questions? Perfect. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. As a reminder, please feel free to share comments and questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. We will now move to public testimony for the single action item on tonight's agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in public testimony were allowed to call a dedicated AISD phone line, and tonight we had no callers for public testimony. And we have an unusual agenda item that we previewed at our special meeting last week to meet a deadline. So next up is the President's report. As part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires the board at the first board authorized meeting each month to publicly report by reading to the record the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month time period and the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. For the May, June, and July 3-month average, the board meeting time spent on Lone Star governance-defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was 51%. That exceeds our target of 50%. For June, we were at 47.50%, and the board spent 302 minutes in executive session in June. Pardon me. Our next item is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement, and we have a presentation on scorecard goal 1, our literacy GPM 1.1. And before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. Does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? All right, and I know that we are working with our Lone Star governance coach to kind of tweak some things in that report as well. Going forward. So thank you. So since everyone agrees the required elements are present, we will turn the floor to Superintendent Segura for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present on goal progress measure 1.1, second grade literacy intervention. I have joining me Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, and Liliana Kendrick, Director of Humanities. We also have Jennifer Pace, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary School Leadership. And so we'll pull up the report, and as I kind of find my place. So this is part of our scorecard. We have gone one complete year for everybody's kind of awareness. We approved this on June 20th of 2024. Goal 1, third grade literacy, which reads the percent of third grade students earning meets grade level or above on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 47% in June of 2024 to 59% by June of 2029. And working with the board, as part of our scorecard, we identified goal progress measure 1.1, second grade literacy intervention, which states the percent of second grade students scoring in the recommended for intervention level on the NWEA MAP reading achievement score proficiency indicator below 37th percentile in English and 40th percentile in Spanish will decrease. This is one of those ones where you want to get lower. Will decrease from 30% in June of 2024 to 29% in June of 2029. As you can see here on the report, as the goal progress measure that this goal progress measure aligns most closely to our district initiative tied to early learning, which is enrollment, literacy, outreach, partnerships, and expansion. I'll hand it over to Dr. Maxwell to take us through the report, and we'll look forward to the conversation with our trustees.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Segura, President Boswell, and Board of Trustees. We're excited to be here tonight to talk about literacy and a little bit later numeracy and some of the efforts and some success stories of what's been happening with literacy in Austin ISD. So as we all know, and we've talked about many times before this last year, literacy has been a major effort on the part of the district, on the part of all campus personnel. It has truly been a significant initiative and teamwork and a team effort to see the outcomes that we'll look at. And we just really have focused very much on literacy being a foundational piece of what we believe for all students to be successful, and really believing that and working through all of our practices and really examining what we were doing and making changes to what we were doing. Really has really promoted a lot of this work that we'll talk about here tonight. So a few of those Austin ISD beliefs as we start off, really mentioning too that again here that literacy and biliteracy really is foundational to students' lifelong success. And we looked at some of our practices and made sure that it really was aligned to the science of reading. And then, of course, seeing our families as partners. We'll talk more tonight about how we would really like to work on strategies to develop and increase our family partnership and family engagement in literacy. And then really this significant shift that we've made towards the science of reading, making sure that we have structured literacy happening in our classrooms. But not only that we have tier 1 and we're really building strong core classrooms in literacy with structured literacy, but that we are heavily building the foundation of knowledge that students have through high quality texts and through learning from texts that talk about the world around them. Those two things go together, and we were able to really establish a lot of professional learning, good coaching and feedback around structured literacy and around building knowledge in our students, which really affect those long-term outcomes of our kids. So this is aligned, as Superintendent Seguda mentioned, this is most heavily aligned with our early childhood initiative called Foundation First. It has several pieces to it. This one most closely aligned in that project, in that initiative, is K2 outcomes, focusing on literacy and numeracy practices, really building a multi-tiered system of support so that all of our core classrooms and all of our interventions for students that need it are aligned, they're robust, and they're meeting the needs of our students. Some of the key data findings that we'll talk about tonight in this report and that we'll see in our table are some movement that we've been looking for quite some time, and we're happy to report that it has shown up so far in this year's, and really we can look back a little bit longitudinally and see the changes that these efforts have made over the last couple of years. This tonight will focus on spring to spring results from 24 to 25. Again, we always want to compare like times of the year because those targets in the assessment that we're using, the screener that we're using, stay the same from those periods of the year. So we're looking at results from where we were at the end of year last year to 2024 to where we were at the end of the year this past year in 2025 to see that growth. And then also tonight we'll be able to report on the targets that we set for this goal progress measure. So the 5 years worth of targets, this is our first year, and so we're looking to see whether or not we've made those targets so that we can start to correlate those to overall results for the goal itself, which is third grade reading, and how many students are meeting, the percentage of students that are meets at third grade reading STAR. So as we look at our data table, there are a few key findings, a few key takeaways that we have. When we look at last year's 2024 spring results and then this past year's 2025 results in spring at the end of the year, our largest gains in these populations were really quite a few of our most historically underserved populations. Just in that 1 year for the American Indian population, we do have a decrease of 18 percentage points. Reminder that this is a very small population. It's between 10 to 12 students, this student group is. And so we will continue to see some fluctuations in that population. What we want to look for really mostly there is overall long-term longitudinal progress in that group because we will see those fluctuations. In our Hispanic group, we saw a decrease of 6 percentage points, economically disadvantaged decrease of 6 percentage points, emergent bilingual decrease of 6 percentage points, and special education decrease of 5 percentage points. We did exceed the target for this year for all students. That's what the primary target is set on. We were looking for a target of 30%, and we beat that target. We exceeded that target by 4 percentage points. We're actually at 26%. So when you're looking at the data table here, we have 2 columns that are bolded, that spring to spring comparison. And then right next to that is our first yearly target for 24-25. And that's where you can see we scored 26 percentage points. Our target was 30%, so we beat it by 4 percentage points. And actually we exceeded 2025 targets in 8 out of 9 student populations in the district as well. So that is very good news. Overall, just looking at spring to spring comparison, where there was improvement from spring last year to spring this year in every single student population, including all students. So that is huge news, and that is quite a credit to the work that has been done in classrooms and campuses this year.
I'd love just a super quick point of privilege to just dwell on this for a minute. This is really a big deal. And I just want to, before we move on, just note that, because I know we're going to talk about it more later, but this is a really big deal. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It is a big deal to see that happen in all of our students. It's the sign of a healthy system, that all populations are moving in the same direction and that they're all progressing. We don't always see the same rate of progression, which we do address. We recognize we have some work to do still. But to see all students moving consistently in the right direction is big news, and it's worth taking a moment to be happy about that and to acknowledge the work that has been done. So the district did not meet the 2025 target for our African American student population. So I said it did meet it out of 8 of 9 student populations. For African Americans, it did a target. We ended at 50% for African Americans. Our target was 48%. Just also a point of how we set the targets for literacy, because it was a little bit different than math. I'll talk about math in just a moment. Knowing that we have had some foundational work already done in literacy, that last year began the work of making sure all teachers had the resources that they need, and then this year really going further into implementation. We knew that we would likely move scores a little more quickly on the front end of this 5 years worth of targets than on the back end, and so that's how we set those targets. They're a little more aggressive in the first couple, 2 or 3 years, and then taper off a little bit. Math was different, knowing that we didn't have the same foundation. We started off a little smaller on those targets, and they increased. The African American target for this year was the largest target that we set. It was an aggressive target, and we did that intentionally because it is the largest gap to close. And so if we truly are going to close achievement gaps in the next 5 years, we have to set aggressive targets so that we get closer and closer to similar performance at the end of these 5 years. But we did miss that target by 2 percentage points. Another point, another key takeaway to note, when looking at the past 3 years of spring results, so now we have a little more that we can look at longitudinally again. 2 years ago is when we really furnished resources to all campuses and teachers. This past year was the huge implementation effort. So in spring of 2023, when you look 2 years back at that spring, that would be kind of a baseline. You can kind of consider that a baseline before this current work started, and then you can look at spring of 2024 and then spring of 2025. When you do that, you see all students decrease 14 percentage points, American Indian decrease of 6 percentage points, Asian decrease of 10 percentage points, African American decrease of 13 percentage points, Hispanic decrease of 21 percentage points, 2 or more decrease of 4 percentage points, economically disadvantaged decrease of 20 percentage points, emergent bilingual decrease of 23 percentage points, and special education decrease of 26 percentage points. So over the past 2 years, even those are even more significant gains, again, as we're looking at all student populations, making sure they are progressing in the right way. This is a huge indicator that the system is becoming stabilized, it's becoming healthy, and then it's responding to the work that we've all been doing. Our last point of to a key data takeaway here is the gaps between the performance of white students and marginalized students still exists. So when you look previously at years, there was a 46 percentage point gap between white students and both Hispanic and African American students in 2021. And after these years of work in spring of 2025, there is still a 25 percentage point gap between white students and Hispanic, and a 40 percentage point gap between white students and African Americans. So while you can see we are closing that gap, for African American students, we would like to accelerate the growth of that closure, of that achievement gap. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Kendrick for root cause.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Segura. It's an honor to be here and talk to you about our root cause. As you know, Dr. Maswell talked about the data, but we also know that we continue to research and study in Austin ISD. And so one of the biggest things about the root cause has been definitely the post-COVID that we saw the gaps that we have continually looking at academic performance. We also, another challenge that we saw, it housed the inadequate materials that we have in Austin ISD that were really impact on our most historical marginalized groups. The staffing has been also one of the shorter areas that affect, and it has been challenging by having a lot of new teachers coming into the field and having to train them on practices, especially on literacy. Over the past 2 years, we have decided to take an action and align a lot of our curriculum to base it on the science of reading. and providing a very targeted professional development, like we mentioned before, and still standing to continue to train our teachers in the science of reading and certifying them as we are as an authorized provider. And we continue, I'm happy to report that this cohort for this school year, we have about close to 250 teachers that are going to go through our certification to continue to strengthen the system. We also strengthen our MTSS support and focus on coaching and giving feedback to improve into classrooms improvement. We did it more thoroughly this school year. The efforts of making all these, just like Dr. Maxwell has shared on the data, shows that yes, our second grade scores recommend for the interventions using the NWE and MAP growth reading has dropped from 30% to 26%. So we can see that some of the root causes we continue to study, our data continue to improve on our system. However, we know that as an AISD, we continue to see a comparable slow progress on our African American students, and the outcomes, we can see some kind of correlation factors that could be in concentrations of teacher vacancies, remain effective or inconsistent delivery of the instruction, a need for a more tight MTSS systems and a systems that we can these can be some of the theories that we continue to study. We know that we still must to be intensified and more concretely to identify some of the root causes. And we continue to do more observations, do some more evaluations. And we can be actively leveling classrooms and looking at our classrooms and also our campus level systems so that we can strategically support and create an acceleration for our student outcomes. So that's kind of some of our root causes that we continue to study. And so now I'm going to pass it out to Ms. Bates. She will tell us about our outliers.
Great, thank you. Good evening, trustees, President Boswell, Superintendent Segura. I'm excited to kind of talk a little bit about some of our outlier campuses. I wanted to just share a range. Our Band 1 and 2 campuses had anywhere from about 10% of students to 81% of students scoring in the recommended for intervention range, and the average was about 42%. So I'm going to share about 15 outlier campuses that had less than 35% of their students scoring in the recommended for intervention range. But I want to point out that about 13 of those had a decrease from beginning of year to end of year, which is really significant because, as Dr. Maxwell shared, it's better to compare year over year so that the test, you're comparing similar tests. The beginning of the year test varies in complexity from the end of year test. So to see a decrease within 1 year is very significant. So I want to highlight some of those campuses. And then we had 9 campuses of the outliers that had decreases at all grade levels, kinder, first, and second. So I wanted to share a little bit about that as well. Palm Elementary started the year at 27% of their students qualifying for intervention and ended the year with only 10% scoring in that recommended for intervention range. And they had a 40-point median student test percentile increase. So it was 53 to 93 from beginning of year to end of year. So that's really significant. Wanted to point that out. And they attribute their success to really just implementing high quality instructional materials as well as being more focused on data analysis and being responsive in their interventions, making adjustments using the progress monitoring data to adjust. Also, Guerrero Thompson Elementary started the year with 32% of their students recommended for intervention, and they ended the year with 19% recommended for intervention. And they had a 13-point median test percentile gain, 57 at BOY to 70 at the end of the year. Additionally, in kinder, they decreased by 17 points the percent of students at the recommended for intervention level. At first grade, they decreased by 37 points, and at second grade, they decreased by 11 points for students recommended for intervention. And they attributed their success to just having weekly data analysis sessions with teachers. And their teachers were so focused on those TIA packages. They're like, we are going to get this. The interventions were consistent, and they also worked really hard to provide more consistent observation and feedback with high leverage action steps. Campbell Elementary, they started the year with 32% of their students scoring at the recommended for intervention range, and they ended the year at 24%. So significant improvement just in one beginning to end of year. And they attribute their success to having PLCs where they really looked at the HMH materials and lesson structures and routines. They also met in PLCs to discuss intervention resources and look at their intervention data and made adjustments, and then more consistent observation and feedback. Wooten Elementary, they started the year with 31% of their students scoring at the recommended for intervention range and ended the year with 25%. And they had an 8-point median student test percentile increase. So they went from 56% to 64% on average. And they focused really on HMH structured literacy routines and just consistent small group instruction. Hart Elementary, also, they started the year at 34% of their students scoring at the recommended for intervention range, and ended the year with 25%. And they had an 11-point median test percentile increase. And this campus also had gains at all 3 primary grade levels. Kindergarten reduced the percent of students scoring at recommended for intervention by 15 percentage points. First grade reduced it by 14 percentage points, and second grade by 5 percentage points. And their success was centered on high-quality instructional material implementation, consistent interventions with the support of a content interventionist. Their instructional coach really facilitated data analysis and helped teachers make intervention adjustments. So just improving their PLC routines, and also they attributed consistent observation and feedback to their success. Overton Elementary decreased the students recommended for intervention from 46% at BOY to 30% at EOY, and they had a 9 percentage point median percentile increase on test scores. And they also said collaborative teams. Their teachers had strong literacy content knowledge, but it was enhanced through consistent observation and feedback, as well as intervention. Pickle Elementary as well, they started the year with 47% of their students at the recommended for intervention range, and they ended the year with 31%. They had a 19-point median student test percentile increase, so 40 to 59. And they attributed their success to leadership team coaching and professional learning, also consistent observation and feedback, and the implementation of HQIM. Andrews Elementary started the year at 42% of students scoring at recommended for intervention, ended the year with 32%, and they had a 10-point student test percentile increase, median test percentile increase. They had very responsive interventions, and they were consistent with the use of the intervention resources. They improved data analysis systems. And then something that was interesting to note is they have a Reading Buddies program where they pair up a dual language student and a non-dual language student, and that is part of their success as well. Langford Elementary started the year with 45% of students scoring at recommended for intervention and ended the year with 32%, and they saw a 7-point median test percentile increase. And one of the things that they did was they focused really hard on student goal setting and tracking. They beefed up their progress monitoring systems, and they had good collaboration with special education teachers participating in PLCs with general education teachers, as well as their instructional coach, and had more consistent observation and feedback. Woodane Elementary as well, they started the year with 40% of their students scoring at recommended for intervention. They ended the year at 32%. They saw a 7% median test percentile increase, and they also had improvements at all 3 grade levels. So kinder, they decreased by 18 points, first grade by 1, and second grade by 7 for students recommended for intervention, and they attribute their success to the implementation of high-quality instructional materials and consistently using the intervention resources for small group intervention. Pettis Elementary started the year with 45% of their students scoring at recommended for intervention, and they ended the year at 34%. They had a 2-point median test percentile increase, and they also said consistent interventions and the support of their instructional coach and their content interventionist allowed them to have consistent interventions. Rodriguez Elementary, big jump. They had 50% of their students scoring at the recommended for intervention range at the beginning of the year, and they ended the year with 35% of their students scoring at recommended for intervention, and they had an 8-point median test percentile increase. They also said implementing high-quality instructional materials, consistent interventions with the support of a content interventionist, and then having an instructional coach to help facilitate data analysis and help teachers decide when to make intervention adjustments, strengthening their PLCs, and then additionally just providing more consistent observation and feedback. Houston Elementary went from 40% at the beginning of the year to 35% at the end of the year. They had a 6% median test percentile increase, and they also had decreases at all 3 grade levels from beginning to end of year. So kinder was a 16-point decrease, first grade was a 10-point decrease, and second grade was a 15-point decrease. Similar things, progress monitoring systems being stronger, being responsive in their interventions, making adjustments, and having additional support for small group intervention from the content interventionist and from tutors. And so that was a lot of data, but I just wanted to take you through all of it. You heard some trends about just the implementation of high quality instructional materials making a huge impact at these campuses, as well as having some support to look at data and really monitoring students and making adjustments. Support for leadership teams and professional learning communities, and then more consistent observation and feedback. So we're on the right track. We're trending in the right direction, as you said, Dr. Maxwell. We definitely have work that continues to need to be done. We are improving in our foundational skills instruction, but there's still room to grow, especially in the practice of the foundational skills. Comprehension instruction is improving. We're seeing it be more text-focused rather than just isolated skills-focused, but we need to work on the frequency of it in the primary grade levels. And at many of our Band 1 and 2 campuses, we still have more than half of students scoring at the recommended for intervention level. So lots of work to do, but we are trending in the right direction, continuing to work on our core instruction. And we know that we still need to work on closing the gaps among our student groups, as you pointed out. And so that's kind of just a highlight of the outliers, and I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you. It's good to have that many outliers. We might need to raise the bar a little on our outliers, which is also a good thing. But again, just indicative of quite a few success stories that we've had at campuses that have historically not been able to make those gains. And I also want to point out, when we hear things like going from 40% that were recommended to intervention to 20% of students that are recommended for intervention, many of these students, just to point out the work that has been done on the campus's parts, Many of these students grew more than a year in order to do that. And it's very hard to do as a teacher, and it takes a lot of work, and it takes year over year work to really write the system. So I just want to acknowledge that too. It's significant work, and it's really meaningful for our students to really reach those kinds of gains. So progress of our initiatives, really so much of it was talked about in the campus for why they were successful. Really what we have focused on so much is the instructional resources and making sure that everyone has them and has quality training for them. Our very focused walkthrough documents, and then our calibrations of the walkthroughs, so that our campus leaders and all of us feel very confident in observation and feedback of the classroom. It's so much more meaningful than just sitting in a PD session, to be in a classroom with a teacher and observe and give really high quality feedback on what they're doing. And then, of course, professional learning that we focused in many areas in the district, but had a heavy focus with our instructional leaders, our campus instructional leaders, knowing the impact that they have on the classroom every day when they are on campuses every day. Another piece that we included in the progress of the initiatives this time were really some correlations. You've seen this chart in the end-of-year MTSS report that was given, talking about some of the work that we had done and some of the pieces that we observed and kept track of with our literacy partner. And here we're making the correlation to what we've seen in literacy outcomes with what we've seen in instructional improvements in the classroom. Knowing that it started in spring before a lot of this professional development and implementation work happened, really looking at many observations, hundreds of classrooms, to see where we were in the spring of 2024, what the increase was in the fall of 2024, and then what implementation looked like in spring of 2025. We have quite a bit more data and observation points that we have than just what's in this chart. Quite a bit more. We'd be happy to submit a report on everything that was collected. But this just shows you a very similar progression in what we're seeing instructionally in the classroom, on the focus of the lesson on high quality text, on the usage of the materials. The last two questions really focus on the instruction aligning to the intent of the adopted materials, both in foundational skills and in comprehension. One piece that doesn't quite fit in this report, that it could be something that we submit, is there's also direct correlation that was observed between the intended use of the adopted materials and increase in the quality of the instruction itself. So we did measure that as well. It didn't fit as well in these charts, but again, we're happy to submit it. So then we're starting to see, of course, the work that has been put in, the work the changes that we're seeing in teacher practices, and then eventually that effect in student outcomes. Ms. Kendrick?
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. One of the biggest things is we want to make sure that we keep our performance indicators. As we continue, Dr. Maxwell, we continue to study and research and measure our growth and how we're progressing. So one of the performance indicators that we provide is a very comprehensive view. And we do it how to observe advanced literacy outcomes across our district. First, we track the percent of third grade meeting or exceeding expectations on the STAR reading assessment, our primary summative measure of early literacy success. And we want to do that because we want to make sure in elementary we're closing the gap. The second one is we monitor the percent of second graders and interventions range using our NWEA MAP reading assessment. So these longitudinal data show us steady progress that all the students groups, and year over year on our spring results shows how 9 out of the 10 groups, including all the groups, including all the students in the categories, we saw the growth, as Dr. Maxwell showed that. The third one is that our kinder and first grade NWE8 achievement percentiles, it's a huge indicator of performing how we see our second graders. And it also shows us how this measure is helping us to respond on early interventions. And that also, we know that closing the gap, it's early. We have to close it early. So first, kinder and first grade, when they get to second grade, we have to be really take acceleration steps because we don't want our students getting to third grade, no reading. And we also examined the percent of the students receiving Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. That is huge for us to track because we need to see over time how we look at this data, and we look at qualitative reviews along with progress monitoring, and we plan these through our ECST so we can ensure fidelity of our indicators to see if our system is moving in the right direction. Also, year after year, our NWEA map, it's our tool that we measure how we allocate and support all our resources in helping to address how the achievement gap, and we reduce the predictability of who needs support and who is also being successful. We paired these observations with data literacy walkthroughs that we have done with our MTSS to measure the quality of our classrooms and track as well how we are providing professional development for our teachers. And we want to make sure that we're targeting our literacy to ensure that educators are trying to deliver these lessons. We talk about how quality instructional materials are so important, but we also talk about how if we don't train our teachers, they're not going to be able to deliver it the way it's intended and how the curriculum is intended to have the biggest impact on our students. So now I am going to turn it over to Ms. Pace to tell us what is the plan moving forward.
Thank you. And please chime in if I leave anything out. It is really a cross-department effort, everybody working toward this, and that's what makes it really powerful. But we would continue our focus on early literacy with strong professional learning, an investment in instructional leadership to strengthen core instruction and to continue to refine our MTSS systems. And one way that we would do that is through our lighthouse schools, which would increase from 3 to 6. So we'd have 6 lighthouse schools that are sort of sites for leadership coaching and teacher coaching on a more intensive scale. And those campuses would be the site for monthly collaborative professional learning for a total of 36 campuses. And part of that work would be focused on really doing instructional rounds together, calibrating with our observation tool, and working on high leverage action steps that will really move the needle when it comes to improving our core instruction. We would also continue to provide professional learning sessions for our principals, our assistant principals, our instructional coaches, and even our executive directors. And our executive directors would also provide coaching for principals as they have, but differentiated based on data, and that would look like a different cadence for campuses depending on their data needs and the frequency of their visits. Strengthening our MTSS systems, we would continue to monitor instruction through observation and feedback, classroom visits, and using the feedback and action steps to adjust our Tier 1 instruction. Using our universal screener to identify students who are in need of Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention, and continuing to improve on tracking and progress monitoring. Some of our outlier campuses had good systems for analyzing data, and we want to ensure that all of our campuses are tracking student progress and making adjustments as needed. We also want to provide guidance and set clear expectations around our instructional schedules. We spoke a little bit about the frequency of comprehension instruction, and sometimes we can get so focused on the foundational skills instruction that we've been teaching, and we run out of time for the comprehension instruction. So just being really mindful of how important every minute is in the instructional schedule. And again, analyzing our data, disaggregating it, that is really going to be a powerful tool in trying to close the gap or accelerate progress of some of our student groups who are not making as significant progress as quickly. Analyzing data and setting goals with students, and engaging students in goal setting and tracking their own progress. I spoke already about coaching and observation and feedback cycles, and really increasing that for teachers in need of support. And then continuing to increase supports to our campuses that have a student resource index, one or a two student resource index, because they have higher concentrations of students in need. Additionally, we want to work on improving our PLC format, working on what the agendas look like and how we are internalizing lessons, how we're analyzing data together in those PLCs so that teachers feel like they are ready to implement the high quality instructional materials as intended, because that makes a significant difference in the impact of the lesson. Also continuing to support campuses with intervention through content interventionists for our Band 1 campuses, and learning from our outliers. Visiting, frequent visits to campuses, doing visits together as a team and with principal teams to really learn from our campuses that are moving the needle, and then trying to be focused this year on more root cause analysis to understand the why in our data. And what am I leaving out, team?
Okay, that concludes our report, and we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much for this. It's fantastic. Thank you all so much. So we will now open the floor to our monitoring conversation. Our questions during the meeting will be of strategic nature, which means we will ask questions to help us understand how the reality for our students is aligning with our vision. Trustees, who has the first question?
Yeah.
Trustee Foster.
Thanks for the presentation, and I'm excited about the areas of growth, and of course perpetually troubled by persistent gaps. And I'm really, and I love the root cause work, and yet I want to go root causier. I really want us to go more deeply, because I'm troubled by the continued gaps and lower performance of our African American students. So as we're trying to get to the crux of the matter, as we're doing our analyses, are we able to take a look through our classroom observations or through our work somehow at soft teacher practice in terms of who gets called on in class and who is treated how, and where's the teacher looking, like those kinds of, are we able to quantify and measure and really look with specificity at these soft aspects of teacher practice as one potential area? In addition, Trustee Hunter and I, we're thinking this through and talking about this and worrying about this and worrying over it. And I think both of us independently wonder, we have these groups, African American, Latino, this, that, the other, where the data says African American, but what's actually being captured has an additional layer of complexity. So something about the circumstance of our African American population, likelihood of being socioeconomically disadvantaged, likelihood of being in certain circumstances where what we're seeing is captured by racial category, but actually the root cause would have us go a little bit deeper in terms of understanding the specificity of the demographic realities of our student base. Or thirdly, something about our curriculum and what our kids see in the curriculum, which is to say, do they see themselves? If every lesson I have, what I see are, to put it bluntly, white heroes, or examples that match the class reality of a different group of people, do we have any ways to look at our curriculum through a lens that indicates an awareness of how race plays in to ensuring a curriculum is effective for all students. There's at least, like, just off the dome, 3 different areas where I can be thinking about the why of African American student performance that does not match what our African American students are capable of. So I guess I'd love to hear a little bit more about the root cause work, and if we have any thoughts on this.
So thank you for the questions. It's certainly something, the things that we've grappled with ourselves and that are troubling and disturbing to us as well in doing this work. As far as the observations, what we have discussed, one, we were very strategic in placing our lighthouse schools, and 3 of them have larger than the district average populations of African American students, which gives us, and we'll be at these schools a lot with ourselves, with our literacy partners, with other schools coming in and observing classrooms, and have an opportunity, an intentional opportunity to have African American focused observations, not just on African American students, but how our teachers are doing things like that in the classroom, how relationships are happening, whether or not everyone is raising their hand, whether or not we have randomized structures so that everyone has an opportunity. Because if you give that opportunity to all students, they can and they will. So that is sort of a bigger picture of how we're planning to conduct root cause, not knowing that the answer is never singular or simple. So that we have to be looking for multiple things, that we don't get all of the stories just from student outcomes. We have to go deeper than that and see what's happening in classrooms. One of the things also we've talked about, it also gives us a unique opportunity to work closely with teachers on what their family engagement strategies are, what these campuses' family engagement strategies are, so that, we've talked about this a little bit before, yes, we're sending out a newsletter that is easily digestible. It's something all families can do, but it's almost like putting a curriculum in front of teachers and saying, here, do this, without sitting down with them and saying, let's do this together. Let's talk about what this looks like with your child. Let's talk about how you support literacy and numeracy in your child's classroom and outside of the classroom. So it gives us a unique opportunity to do those as well because of the proximity that we will have to our lighthouse campuses. Another reason we wanted to expand that model, we've seen some significant successes in student outcomes. Also had the opportunity with a few of you to observe in those classrooms and see the confidence level of students increase exponentially when they are confident in their capabilities in the classroom. And so wanting to expand that model, wanting to be there and really study those things has been an important piece. So that's a little bit of a picture of really what that root cause will look like. Those are different observations as well. You can't just pick something up and yes, they may be delivering on point an instructional literacy practice that is an amazing practice, and if you haven't connected with the child, it doesn't land. 50% of it may not land. So that's definitely something that's not just part of an academic walkthrough, but a piece that we will be studying in this root cause analysis. And I might kick it over to Ms. Kendrick too for talking about curriculum. One of the things though that I do know Austin ISD has done is that recently, when other curricula has presented itself as an option, there was a choice to stay with HMH because it does have more of a reflective nature of a diverse population. And that was an intentional choice on the part of the district. I think there always can be improvements, but I do know that was part of that selection. Selection in the beginning, but also in a reevaluation that happened a couple of years ago, I think a little about 2.5 years ago. Before they went all in and decided we are staying with HMH and we are going to purchase all of the resources that teachers need for that. And you may speak a little more to what's in the curriculum.
Absolutely, and thank you. The question is very relevant. I believe a lot of a culture responsive teaching and being able to, the students see themselves into the books and being able, myself as a Hispanic former bilingual teacher, I always wanted my students to be reflected and also being see like windows and mirrors. We want them to see themselves in them, but also see what's up there and shaping them. One of the things that we have worked very hard with the curriculum and the team is to making sure that the stories are there and making sure that we curate the curriculum where the students can see themselves in the stories. I know our language arts is built along with social studies, being able to bring all the literature and making it rich. I'm a big believer as well as having the opportunity where you connect with the child where you're teaching and you meet them what they are. We also have done a great job with our dual language students where we have provided enough anchor charts and connections where they can see themselves. And I know that our African Americans deserve that. We were talking about our targets. We set them very aggressive because I'm a big believer that it doesn't matter the color of the race of our children, every child deserves to have the great curriculum and the best expectations and the curriculum to represent. And we believe our kids can learn and they should learn. So that's definitely one of the things. We're constantly making sure that we are providing all kinds of tools and strategies and scaffold them to bring the students into the curriculum. So absolutely, we want the curriculum to be accessible, baseline where it's equitable. Whatever is happening on the east side of the city or on the west side of the city, across on the north or on the south, the curriculum is our baseline, and we are reading high-quality instructional text, especially when it comes to reading comprehension. I have the pleasure to be this week with teachers to train them from job alike and talk so much about the importance of reading comprehension be the first thing they do on their literacy block, because our children deserve to be read books every day at school and being able to expose to rich, rigorous literature. And that has been one of our main priorities, to make sure that we teach how we teach literacy, the level of the complexity of questions, and how we as our children can understand 2 grade levels more higher than they can read and comprehension, and continue to expose them to great literature. And that's definitely a core of our curriculum, to make sure that our kids are exposed to literature.
And Trustee Foster, I would just add, you spoke to something really important, and that's equity-focused observation and looking at things like participation and engagement, grouping, positive recognition. It's also really important, too, that we understand what the data is telling us and that we're disaggregating it and we're responding to it effectively. And so that is something that we're going to engage our literacy partners and our executive directors to help us with and support our principals and leadership teams in doing as we observe instruction this year.
So I like that phrase, engagement mapping. So part of what you're saying is that built into the observation rubrics will be sort of something like an engagement mapping and a sort of looking to see the responsiveness of students, because I think you're exactly right that a practice can be perfect on paper, and in terms of describing the practice in a write-up, it looks like everything was on point, and yet a question went unasked or 2 or 3 questions went unasked that sufficiently masked the challenge we actually face. So the specificity and complexity of the observation is everything, you know, without making it overwhelming, but also like, what do we really need to get here to? So, and the last question I had around that, or the third area, had to do with the complexity of data and the demographics and, you know, a student population appearing as underperforming or quote unquote overperforming, but there's no such thing as overperformance. The students that are performing excellently, you know, in some really facile racist analysis will say, well, white kids, da-da-da-da, or Asian kids, da-da-da-da, without understanding the educational background and you know, the privilege that everyone should have being residing disproportionately with a group. So that group performs really well. That group doesn't perform well because they're white or because they're Asian American. They perform well because the parents have this education background, because there's these resources, et cetera, et cetera. So we're cursed with complexity in trying to get to this stuff where we want to see African American student performance rise. We want to see new immigrant populations, student performance rise, et cetera. But when we point to that, we almost automatically mess up our data a little bit because we run the risk of not understanding the true root cause. So I guess I'd love to hear a little bit more about the data side and the richness and complexity, or hopefully a rich, complex approach to student demographic data.
I think that that is something that we will be able to continue to report on this year as we dig into that root cause, as we build the tools to do the observations and start collecting rich data. We'll be able to report on the progress of that part of our work that we plan to do moving forward.
Yeah, Trustee Foster, one of the things that we've talked about as a team, and certainly myself with the board, you know, students identified as economically disadvantaged, you know, as far as the underlying population, that when you distill it down, you cut it, the data 1,000 different ways, that's the one thing that you see consistently across every student group that, you know, has not moved academically is, you know, are the students experiencing poverty? Are they experiencing privilege? And what does that look like for each student population? Because when you look at African American students, you see that that student group has a higher percent of students that identify as economically disadvantaged versus another student population. And so, so for us, you're absolutely right. It is very nuanced and complex, but that is the one thing that we continue to see over and over and over again. Where we are as a system is, I think that we're finally at a point where we can really understand what's happening in our system. I think that's the honest truth. When you look back 2 years ago, I mean, 2023 was spring is when we actually, if you think about it, quite quickly adopted a curriculum because it should have been adopted actually 9 months prior. And we had to deploy consumables in the summer of 2023. Then there's the professional development associated with it. Then we identify, okay, well, we don't have a system in place, MTSS. Do we really understand where our students are? We have a disproportionate number of students who need Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. Do we have the support to do it? No, we don't. You know, so it's just building up. And so now for the first time, and I think quite a while, we actually are able to do the deep dives, modify our systems, our observation tools to really, really understand how our students who have been most historically underserved are being treated in our district. Are they getting what they need? And if not, now we have the granularity. I don't have another way to say it. We have the ability to be precise with how we deploy resources or we change our systems and procedures. We just didn't have that. I mean, that's one of the biggest things. And I know when we talk about root cause, you ask the question, why 5 times. But if the data is gray after the first why, it's really hard. And we can look at other school districts and we can look at other, you know, we can look at the research and we philosophically know why. But when it comes to school by school, what's happening, you just have to have that level of understanding. And so I think, as we talked about earlier this week, we're at a point now where we can actually do those things. You know, we talked about, you know, do you have a tool that if you have 3 students that are African American in the classroom and they're all sitting together and they're on the right side of the school, you know, classroom, you know, that tells you something. Right now, we don't have the tool in place. We understand it, we observe it, anecdotally, we know where it's occurring, but we need to take that next level so that, you know, we can make those adjustments. So I just think that's worth saying because we don't often talk about, you know, kind of where we are and where we're trying to get. I think this is good information. It's good data. It doesn't get us where we need to be, but the fact that it's moving in the same direction versus having variability within it is promising. But now we got to get deeper. So anyway, just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And I definitely appreciate the work and effort, and I see the increasing nuance, and I really appreciate it. And I definitely look forward to follow-ups in terms of what we're doing on the observation side, what we're doing on the data parsing side, what we're doing on the you know, curriculum side. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. Congratulations to the Outliers, the schools. That's great. I do have my strategic questions, but I do have a wondering. A lot of the schools that were mentioned were high mobility schools. And I really want to know how that's captured in the data. So I might start at 60% and then 10 of those kids move. So now it's less than that, right? So is that captured? I don't need an answer for that now. I want to keep us always sober and vigilant because, again, like Trustee Foster mentioned, we still have this gap. and we're making these really huge goals, which is awesome, but then we don't meet them, right? So now the goal is huger, and then we don't meet them. And my concern about the data is, what is it telling us, and how do we accelerate? Because we've had an iteration. So if I had a third grader when we began, my third grader is now a fifth grader, and we still haven't closed the gap. Like, I mean, just breaking even. Like, we wanted 48. So with every iteration, we're getting better, but kids are still getting lost in the system, right? They're still not getting what they need at every point. So I just want to kind of, as a wondering, how do we, that's for our sort of, like you said, being granular, digging in. Dr. Maxwell, you mentioned something which is one of my strategic questions, which I posted them and I sent them in, but they didn't like populate anywhere. So I'll just read them from the tracker.
I think because we just got them yesterday.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought the 12th was the cutoff. Is that for next week? Did I do something?
I think so.
Oh, Laura is telling me, yeah, your questions are late or really, really early. I am sorry.
We'll take them as really early.
Okay. So. I'll read them right off the tracker then. Really, a lot of what's been asked, so the parts that you've already answered, don't feel like you need to answer them again. The first question was, what evidence-based interventions are in place to close the literacy gap for African American students, and how will progress toward meeting the target be measured and reported to the board? We already have our system, so I've got that piece of it, but I'm still seeing this like we're not making the leap, is what I'm saying, right, on that one. And then the second question was, there's a little bit to that other question, including the role of families in reinforcing literacy skills, literally you said outside the classroom, which is exactly where I was going. And we had talked about that. If I have, 4 kids, this is black, white, brown, or other. If I have 4 kids, let's just say all boys, that'll make it more complicated, right? And I am working a minimum wage job that requires me to have another job. I care about my kids. I'm doing the best I can. How do I ensure they're reading? By the time I get home, they're asleep. By the time they get up, I'm gone to work. So how are we, we talked about making that, how do we get those parents involved, right? They care about their kids the same as people who are at home all day, like I used to be. So how are we helping our schools with that piece of family engagement?
Yeah, so we did talk about this a little bit. So I think, as speaking to the family engagement piece, what we really would like to do, and I know this is smaller scale to start, but something that we want to learn from our system and what's working well, and how we can scale it up with other campuses. But again, to really work with teachers, we have an opportunity with our 6 Lighthouse campuses to work with teachers at those campuses on specific family engagement strategies. And I think it takes a continuum of engagement strategies to fit different families. I may have an hour every evening to sit with my children and do these activities. I may not have that time all throughout the week and only be able to check in on their progress. But either way, as a parent, I have to know what to do. If I'm checking in on their progress, what does that mean? What does that look like? That's not in the newsletter, right? That comes as another opportunity with a conversation with the teacher, or for me, talking with my families as we engage at the beginning of the year and as we engage in parent conferences about all of the things that the parent can do. I think many times, we were talking about this earlier today, and I'll let Pace talk as well, Ms. Pace talk as well. Just call her Pace. We talked about there being many opportunities that exist that are open that we're not leveraging appropriately. And so working closely with these teachers at these campuses to leverage some of these possibilities and really see different things that are working for different types of families at schools where large populations of our students are historically underserved, and families have very different levels of being able to engage. That's really what we want to start putting in place. And so again, that's something we're not studying as much, so much as I think we probably have some of the answers. We can certainly learn from more teachers and our campuses that have really good systems for this, but it's something we can also immediately put in place. When you start off the year or start early in the year with that 9 weeks with strong connections with families, strong opportunities for engagement, it changes the entire year. And so those kinds of things I think we'd be able to report on even more quickly. I think observational tools, as we build it and as we see, I think you need a little more time to calibrate and really see, are we seeing what we think we're seeing without jumping to conclusions. You need to see things enough times in a few different settings to not jump to conclusions. I don't know if you wanted to add anything about family engagement.
Yeah, I think just thinking about that our systems conferences don't have to just be twice a year. It doesn't just have to be once in the fall and once in the spring. Parents have a right to request that at any point in time. All they have to do is come up and ask, and we're going to find a way to make it happen. I just want to promote that because I think we see a calendar and it says, oh, this is Parent Conference Day. I have to wait for that. But they don't. And I think that we can just be better about creating opportunities for them to actually come in. And even if we're going to have a minute meeting when it's pick up or drop off time, like whatever works for that parent, I think we need to explore that and support campuses in that. And maybe our lighthouse schools might be an opportunity to study that. Just other things that come to mind too, of course, to promote our communication systems, like I said, you don't have to wait for conferences, but there are newsletters that are coming from principals. There's newsletters that are coming from teachers. Most teachers have a communication system, whether it's daily or weekly. It's just making sure parents know how to access that. And even just letters, like we send out letters with the universal screener results to say this is maybe your child flagged. And we send out letters to say we're going to provide interventions. But I think we can be more strategic, and I know our special education team is really trying to do this as well. Like, we want to be thought partners at those child study team meetings before we ever get to the point where we're asking for an evaluation. So just trying to connect more and help parents understand the progress measures and the data. So I wanted to add that. Yeah.
Sorry, and one of the things that we've also been working and collaborating is also with the Department of the Enrollment Services to provide a portal on our portal to have a parent engagement tile where they can also find academic resources for them, so that the parents can go in and so they can click for their grade level and being able to find resources for their children in there as well, so that they can support at home. And I go back with you. We also talk about how can we bring more resources. And resources can look in different ways. It can look like videos, websites, experiences the city that brings, like the libraries and things like that, public libraries and activities that we do in the city. We include it, but also that they have accessibles. There's festivals, all the things, right? It also comes with it. So that's one of the things. I'm also going to collaborate with the Department of Communication to have those letters going out on the portal, as well with the Department of Enrollment, just to have more outreach on our community to be able to see those resources. And that's something that is an initiative and want to launch it this year so that all our parents have that as well.
I want to allow time for my colleagues, but the heart of my question will always be, how do we accelerate that growth? If the district was doing the same thing when I was in it years ago, and we're still doing the same thing now, we've changed, we've improved, but it's still not enough, right? Everybody's working at 110%, but it's still not enough. So teachers, they've got nothing else left, right? But if I want to have a parent-teacher conference, even if I do that minute meeting, I'm not going to lose a day's pay to come and talk to you about my kid. It's important to me, but I ought to feed them and keep the lights on also. So I really appreciate you giving those alternatives, but we still have this gap. And we have to think out of the box. We have to, I don't know, maybe we have Saturday school. I'm just making up stuff. I'm not saying we should do things. I'm just saying, what do we do? Kids are like, what? I'm just saying, what do we do? And how do we bring our parents in? Because this gap is not decreasing. And if we're all working full out and it's not decreasing, then we have to do something different. And the superintendent, that's y'all's charge. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
All right. I love both of the questions that you all raised. So I had a quick, first of all, awesome. I'm so happy to see some of this growth. I feel like this is the first time in the 7 years that I've been here that I feel like we're making traction in literacy at a systemic level, not just in like this isolated place or because of this program or, there's actually things happening. So thank you to our superintendent and to our staff for this work. I did have several questions. One is, can you just clarify that so this GPM is about the recommended for intervention level, and I just wanted to make sure that is growth baked into that, or is that just like a cut, like kids? It's a percentage of kids that are falling below a certain cutoff score, or is it based on growth?
Growth is not baked into this measure. It is strictly student achievement.
Okay, helpful. It would be, and I'm sure we're looking at growth also, but I would be curious to know if y'all could share with us just the campus by campus growth scores as well when you have some time, just to kind of see where that's landing as well. The other thing I wanted to ask was looking at slide 5, where we have all the student groups. And is it typical to see, it's pretty clear that we have gotten better from spring 23-24 to spring 24-25 for every single student group. The numbers are decreased because lower is better. However, when I just compare like fall of this past school year to spring of this past school year, the growth is not as dramatic, and so I wanted to just understand that a little bit better. Is that to be expected, or can you help me understand?
Yeah, so this is one of those instances where it can get a little tricky if you're comparing different seasons of the year because the target changes, and so it is an easier target to hit at the beginning of the year and a more difficult target to hit as the students progress through the year. So that's why if we just have fall and winter of this year on this data table, we can provide what fall has looked like in previous years, which would be the best comparison. So you don't necessarily expect to see it decrease from beginning of year to end of year because of the variations of the targets that you're trying to hit at different kinds of years.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And we've mentioned the Lighthouse schools. I was so thrilled to be able to visit 2 of them this year. Do you mind telling us which campuses the Lighthouse schools are?
Yes, our campuses this year for Lighthouse schools are Barrington, Pecan Springs, Harris, Jordan, Houston, and Go Valley.
And Pickle was one of them too?
Pickle was a Lighthouse school last year.
Last year, okay. Got it. Okay. All right, so so if a school is a Lighthouse school, they're just that designation for 1 year? Or do they
I think
carry
it
over?
could be possible to repeat the work. However, so many great systems have been put into place at the campuses that the decision was made to really focus on some other campuses, strategically placed with location, student demographics, but also location was big too as well, because I know you've done a lot of work on over and over as we've looked at campuses, but thinking through the other 36 schools that will be able to participate in the learning labs to find I wouldn't say a centralized landing spot, but a landing spot close to them where they can visit.
Yeah, and Dr. Messel, could you describe the relationship between the Lighthouse School and the Learning Labs? I think it's really important to talk about kind of a cluster of schools and how they're all working together. They're not in isolation. They're really intentional. Placement's intentional. The learnings are intentional. Collaboration's intentional. I think it's worth kind of talking about those 2 separate things.
Sure. I'll explain Lighthouse Schools and Learning Labs, and then I think Ms. Pace can talk about some of the work that's already started over the summer with these campuses and how that work will come into play this year. So the Lighthouse School is where there's a more intense level of coaching and support at those campuses. They get regular coaching, not just with us, but with our literacy partner. And this year it won't be just literacy or K2 literacy. We're also including math. It'll be K5 literacy actually, and math as well. So, which is a great point to be able to expand it. So those receive a more intensive level of coaching. We are also using those lighthouse schools for what we call learning labs, so that 6 other campuses can visit that school once a month and walk classrooms together. In between there's professional learning that all campuses participate in and campus instructional leaders participate in, but that's the opportunity once a month for those instructional leaders to visit the lighthouse school, do walks together, participate in coaching and feedback together. They also will have opportunities to look at their own school data during those monthly visits and have conversations with each other around what they're seeing happening at their own campuses, do some problem solving together, and they've started a lot of work over the summer already.
They came into the summer, principals gave up about 4 days over the summer to work on leadership systems, and some of that so far has included really setting up your leadership team calendars, what a week should look like and how to prioritize things within that calendar, thinking about coaching caseloads and who on the leadership team would be the best coach for which teachers, and really how to track feedback that is given to teachers so that you can follow up on it. We also worked on leadership team agendas, what instructional rounds with a leadership team should look like. Worked on what one-to-one meetings with your coach might look like, one-to-one meetings with your assistant principal might look like, as well as PLC agendas and how to create systems for PLCs. So that was kind of some of the pre-work that we did before students come back, and now we're just really excited to come together and start doing instructional rounds and working on observation and feedback and high leverage action steps.
Thank you. And I had another question. Just doing a bit more of a deep dive on the special ed column on slide 16. I know that this is a huge priority for the district right now, and so I wanted to better understand, the numbers are kind of like, there's no pattern that I can really discern, looking at what's here. And so I was hoping you'd shed a little bit of light of like maybe what accounts for like the large variance that we see in the SPED percentages on, by tier, by the SRI band, and even within SRI bands, you see like a big number. So I'm trying to understand if it's maybe because of the types of disabilities that maybe some of those schools serve, or is it because of something else? That's also part of the reason I was interested in seeing the growth, because that might be a little bit more telling. But could you help me understand, for example, like why you might have, like Linder and Walnut Creek, they seem to do really well. A relatively low percentage of their students are, flagged for intervention on the map, but others in their same band, might not have that great of a score. So I'm just kind of wondering a little bit what you all know about that.
I think definitely to inform ourselves, we would have to disaggregate the specific learning disability of the student. So it may not be a learning disability in literacy, and this is only a literacy test. So that could certainly be a factor. Also, the numbers of the student populations, I think as far as just the variability goes, definitely plays into that as well. As we talked about with the American Indian population, if you're working with and looking at smaller numbers, you'll see the larger variability. But I think it's worth doing maybe some further disaggregation of that data to see what correlations we may have and learn from some outliers there as well.
Do all of our students who have IEPs take the MAP test?
All students take the assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In the vast majority of cases, I would say. Yeah, vast majority. I don't say all because it's not always appropriate for every student, but the large majority take the assessment.
Okay. Yeah, I would be really interested in just that, because I know that is a big priority for us and just worth looking more into. But again, I just thank you all for the hard work and Again, there is some real good traction here, and I'm excited to see what happens next. So thanks.
All right, who's next? Trustee Diostia. Thank you.
Just one quick comment to kind of tag on to Trustee Singh's comment, but I would hope as we go into the future, it would be helpful to disaggregate some of the data on the SPED students, particularly, around math goals, around reading goals, because I do think it's kind of obscuring some of the specific disabilities. It would really be helpful to understand which of these are students with a disability in reading where you would maybe expect, slower growth, as opposed to students with a different disability that wouldn't affect it. And as we go forward, into the SPED parts and all of that, moving to Frontline and the new data systems, I'd be curious to see how we can get into some of that granular work, because I think very, very specifically with that population, these numbers I think would look, I would expect they would look quite different if we were disaggregating for reading disabilities. And especially as it relates to like dyslexia in young students. I think that would be extremely helpful to see, and then we could kind of have a better viewpoint on some of these initiatives, because I wouldn't expect as much progress from this part for, say, a student with dyslexia that's not receiving the intervention yet, or that's just started receiving the intervention, kind of those type pieces.
Thank you. Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. So thank you. I appreciate the report, and there is lots of good news to celebrate in here, and I love to see the data showing us moving in the positive direction, well, in a negative direction that we interpret as being a positive outcome. So thank you for sharing it, and thank you for the continued evolution of the reports to be very rich with information and also to address implementation as well as outcomes. So I appreciate that. My first question is an extension of the questions, why was there significant growth at the outlier schools, and why was there less or no growth at other campuses? So you addressed this in two ways already, with reports from campus leadership about the factors they attribute their outlier data to, and a brief reference to the implementation data with the chart that you offered additional information by request. So yes, please. And I'm curious, how confident are you that the factors that campus leadership mentioned are the cause of this outlier growth? So what data do you have that confirms that the implementation of HQIM and SOTR and PLC and all the other alphabet things are happening more at these campuses than they are at the campuses not showing similar growth? And are there campuses that are implementing these practices that aren't showing the same strong growth?
I'll start us off with, actually, some of those questions would be in the additional reports that we would be able to submit.
Yeah, I can
It's a small chart that we included here, but it's quite a bit more information that we have that does make those connections to the practices that we're seeing, the practices that we've targeted for professional learning. So I think that would be very useful and demonstrative. As far as some of the acronyms and PLCs, that is actually one of our focus areas of focus this next year. Establishing a PLC observation protocol, starting to collect some data when we're going out to campuses, but also data from our lighthouse campuses and the ones that we'll be at pretty consistently on is there a connection to what's happening, and are we seeing the connection? Yes, we have campus reported connections for that and for strong systems. One, what do those strong systems look like in implementation? But two, are we seeing the same things that's being reported from campuses?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that report. Yeah. My next question was already asked by Trustee Orioste, and I just want to echo that because I think that's really important within the student population of kids identified with learning disabilities, that we really differentiate among the students within that. Otherwise, I think the category becomes a kind of an easy to lower expectations for category instead of really identifying and saying there are students, many, if not all students within that group for whom we can have extremely high expectations, and that we shouldn't tolerate a 48% as okay. But I think there are, I think it creates a tendency for some people to look and say, well, what are you going to do with special education? So I think really differentiating and saying, identifying where we can really set extremely high expectations on literacy itself would be great. So thank you for asking that. My next question is an extension of the question, what is currently happening? And so there's some exciting data showing overall growth in literacy as measured by second grade math growth data. But what does this data tell us about growth of biliteracy?
We haven't disaggregated this data that way as far as biliteracy, because the way that this data is reported is that if a student took a test in 2 languages, we report the best of, which I think is, we believe is fair to the student and respectful of the language. The fact that they're learning 2 languages and they are stronger in one is perfectly normal on the continuum of language acquisition. So the data is not disaggregated that way. It's certainly something that we have in our data trackers. We can separate the assessments by English and by Spanish assessments, and which students took which assessments, and do a comparison chart that way.
And whatever you have, I don't want to create something new, but I know that you are paying attention to biliteracy, so any data that you have that would report on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
My next question is an extension of questions, what did work and what did not work, and how can we replicate what is happening at our outlier campuses? So the report tonight is focused on second grade literacy in English or Spanish, and the report mentions a commitment to bilingual education, and it lists dual language as a practice that AISD embraces. But what did you learn from this data about the impact of dual language, positive, negative, or neutral, on literacy development?
From this data that we presented
From
tonight?
this, yes, on this, right, when we're thinking about what works or what we need to replicate, what does this data tell you? Because the words, well, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think what should be called out is that when we talk about resources, when we talk about curriculum, when we talk about professional learning, all of those things, the assumption, it should be called out that those things are happening in 2 languages. So, and I know Ms. Kendrick can speak more to some of the way that we built the curriculum and the resources this year. But every time we talk about an intervention or a resource, we are talking about that happening in English and in Spanish for our dual language students. Every time we're talking about curriculum and the way that you build curriculum to build biliteracy was part of the curriculum building that we did. Our resources don't actually come that way necessarily. We wish that they did, but they don't. And so what our teams have done, and I'm including our humanities team and our MET team, for specific to the literacy curriculum, we've done the same thing for social studies and math and science, is build a curriculum that is intentionally building biliteracy. And so when we say all of these things, so what's working, or do we have evidence that it's working with English and Spanish? I guess I just want to point out that it is something that we're doing in a dual language environment, that we're doing in 2 languages. I don't know if you want to speak more to the curriculum building.
Definitely. One of the things we have done is making sure that we allocated the minute allocations for the dual language. We know that the minutes have to be for language in Spanish and English. And one of the huge things we have done for our teachers is that if you are a dual language teacher, you have 1 year at a glance, and it is color coded. We have allocated the minutes that you teach in one language and how many minutes you teach in the other language. Especially for biliteracy and early literacy, we have provided structured literacy lessons to our dual language teachers and training them on how you also teach English as a second language, but also making sure that they're not teaching. They don't have the luxury of the minutes that an ESL classroom has. So we know that. So we have making sure that the curriculum provides that and provide guidance where they can teach the part of the English, we call them the ERLA, where they can teach foundational skills and also being able to teach their the social studies in English so that they can develop the language and the oracy. Also, along with that, with literacy in English and Spanish, we have provided instructional materials for interventions, either for Tier 1, 2, and 3 for core. And teachers have, for the feedback that we have gotten and what we have seen and their results we have gotten have been absolutely very incredible. Our kids are learning truly what is called 2 languages. because that, sometimes one language gets more neglected than the other. We usually push more in Spanish. We don't do the English, and we want to make sure that we're teaching the non-transferable skills on the other language, because we know that we are building biliteracy students. And we have built also in 345 what is called biliteracy assessments, where we are assessing in both languages and we are making sure whether students are growing. And the team has done an incredible job to do that, and we continue to provide professional development to our dual language teachers that work very hard, and we know they work in 2 languages. So yes, we have.
I appreciate it. So if I can echo back, if I'm hearing correctly, that the kind of all of the practices that you describe in here as far as what you're working to develop are in the context of dual language implementation and in 2 languages.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I also heard mentioned that the HMH materials aren't necessarily structured in a way that it just can naturally be implemented as that. So there's adjustments and development that needs to be happening to make those materials fit into a dual language model.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's typically what you get with a curriculum. I think they're getting better about it, and they have some improvements that are coming out, but typically you'll get an English curriculum and a Spanish curriculum, and then it's just sort of left to the dual language teacher to figure out how to do twice as much in one day. And so the way that we wrote our curriculum guidance documents takes that guesswork away for them. It doesn't always make everything easier, but it does give them a much clearer pathway for how and when they will be teaching what in which languages.
Okay. So just feedback on the report then is that it doesn't read that way to me, right? Especially with the high emphasis on the TEA buzzwords around HQIM and PLCs, and you didn't say the word internalization, but you mentioned practices that are considered internalization. Mm-hmm. And those are all things that appear to me publicly to not be aligned with the dual language model. Mm-hmm. And HMH, I think, is commonly known to not really be able to fit in. So when you hear a report that's heavily focused on HQIM and HMH and doing these things, it sounds like it's a report that was written without the contributions of the multilingual education team. It sounds like a report that is based on, we're going to say it's dual language, but we're just going to use these kind of English-only things, or we're going to put Spanish. So, I think that it kind of masks some of the work that you're doing, and it kind of hides that. So I would just suggest like that work that you just described about really doing the development to make this a resource that works in all of our classrooms, I think is an important step that's something to celebrate in here. So that's something to acknowledge as being a contributing factor to the success. So I would suggest you shout that a little louder. And then I think also I know that under some of our guidelines, as I understand them, our outcomes are kind of narrowly focused on one measure, right? So our literacy is narrowly focused just on 2nd grade based on map growth data. And we're kind of counseled against putting other things in there or extending beyond other grade levels. So I will be careful about what I ask for in this, but I will say that we have another outcome on biliteracy and bilingualism, outcome 5. We have a constraint 3.2 on not failing to implement dual language, and particularly the language allocation that you mentioned. So as we report on those things, I think I would invite you to show the connection among those things, right? So we're only asking you to report on the specific things that we are allowed to ask you to report on, but I think you could voluntarily put in there and say, and this is contributing to our bilingualism and biliteracy goal. This is contributing to our, this is evidence that we're implementing progress measure, constraint 3.2, because you can see in this report that we are not failing to implement practices that are beneficial to marginalized groups, including specifically dual language, right? So I think you could do some more integration in the reports to help us and our community see how this all fits in together. It's not so easy as just set these little discrete goals that we set.
Yeah, Trustee Kaufman, so I've been working, as President Boswell mentioned briefly right before we started this presentation, we are going through and doing a deep dive since we've now completed about 7 months of this monitoring report. So we'll be incorporating feedback from the board, but we're also getting feedback from our coach. And so I'm going to do my best. There's a lot that's been offered, and I'm going to have to weave it together, but I hear you. And
Understood. We operate within the constraints, but it's an invitation if it fits within our area of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Whitlegy.
Yes. And then I'm going to be referencing the monitoring report. So do you mind going to page, oh, are these numbered? I'm on the appendix 1, campus level data. Let me make sure I have the literacy scores open. Okay. So when I'm looking at the first page, I see a really large discrepancy with some schools between the African American students and all students, and with some schools there is not a large discrepancy. So at the campuses with the biggest discrepancies, I would just say, like, what do we need to know about that, or what's not working? I guess why do those gaps exist, I guess is the question.
Mm-hmm. I think we would need just a little bit of time to look through at each one of those lines and take a look and get to know, see the data in that respect. However, I think overall, if we can look at the specificity of the campus level and do that in conjunction with the strategies that we want to put in place in the root cause and we want to learn a little bit more about, I think we could also look at these campuses and say, is it happening here? Is it not happening here? What is it that we could learn, which is what we want to do anyway with our campuses. But we could look at the data in that light as well and look for some possible outliers and some possible places where we need significant work. I always would look at that in conjunction with a little more historical data as well, this just being one point in time, to really make some conclusions.
Okay. And then I want to point to another piece of data on the next page. So when I'm looking at Overton Elementary, where the African American students are really outperforming other groups at most campuses. And I wanted to know if we, if the team has any insight of what is working at Overton.
I agree that it would take a little bit of digging and just kind of, but I can tell you that it is a campus that is heavily focused in equity work from administration to teachers.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see. And then who is not included in this data? Are there any student groups that we aren't looking at in terms of second grade literacy that we don't have enough data on?
As far as the student populations that we report, it's, I don't know, I'm not sure. I think as far as the student populations we report, that coincides with the student population, and a few more from our lens, but like the state reporting. Of course, we have some masked due to numbers.
Yeah, I think one group, and it's one student group, it's not necessarily based on ethnicity or being identified as economic disadvantage, but a cross-section. We talked about it earlier. Whenever you look at students that are identified as economically disadvantaged and then cross that student group with all the others based on race, that's when you really begin to understand like who in our system is not being served, right, to the greatest degree. And so that this report, because of how it's structured, doesn't have that. We have it. And I think that does tell a story of where to focus. And some of our other reports do have it. This one does not. So it's not necessarily a new group, but it is kind of diving deeper into kind of where that kind of cross-section, like where it actually is in our system, and then what do we know about what's happening in those schools where we see high percentage of those students that have both of those. So that is something that we can provide. I know we look at it. I can't speak to it at the moment, but that is one kind of group that's a combination of two data sets that I think is worth kind of sharing.
And then I have another question about the second grade literacy data. What correlation, if any, is there a correlation between the second grade literacy data and any of the measures in the phase 1 consolidation rubric that was public this week?
That's
like if a school is over enrolled, does that have?
Yeah, I can't. What I would say is historically, what we know is that in Austin ISD, being that we're almost here for 150 years, communities that have been historically underserved have been done so. It's been done for decades, right? And that's found itself as. It manifested itself in our system in a variety of ways. One might, whether it's work orders not being completed for 20, 30 years or being delayed, investments in new schools prior to 2022 or 2017 where we were intentional about kind of flipping it on its head. So I'd have to kind of go through and kind of take this and correlate it to that. But what I will say is, the 2022 bond program was kind of directly, it was intended to directly invest in areas where historically there was underinvestment. And so because that is, especially the modernized projects are incorporated into the rubric, that's kind of one area where it almost be like kind of flipped a little bit. But certainly, when we think about education suitability assessment, over-enrollment, under-enrollment, I think you're going to find a correlation for under-enrollment where we probably have larger student populations that are identified, that are African American or Black or identified as economic disadvantage. I think that's going to be true. So I don't know if that's helpful. It'd be a little bit more of a time to get into that kind of cross section, but I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Quintana, any questions?
I guess I just have one very broad, very vague question that I.
Do you have a question for here?
I'll let you know, we're getting some coaching that will be helpful for next. That questions have been overly technical and tactical and opinion oriented. So I'm sharing that.
I can do that. I can make it work. Trustee Singh and I this week visited one really great elementary school, and they have a really strong, awesome principal who, focuses on data and sort of a lot of the things that you mentioned. And so I guess my question is, how do we replicate what's happening in the outlier schools in every school? I know we, can't afford to have instructional coaches in every school and all of those things. So that's my future focused question.
It's a great question, and I think the Lighthouse and Learning Lab is one way that we can do that. It is an intentional way to bring principals from multiple campuses together to observe instruction and practice and calibrate together and take back to their camps. Like they will actually leave those sessions with action steps that they will take back and implement on their own campuses. So I think that's one way. Also, just intentional campus visits that we will have, and executive director coaching for principals is another way that we'll kind of try to study what's working at campuses and support other campuses in replicating practices that have positive results.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is, Trustee Quintana, this has been occurring for a little while. The sharing, I think we're getting better at organizing how we share. Over the last 18 months, 24 months, as academics and school leadership have gotten more aligned, there is nothing that's done with one without the other. If that's kind of weird to say. But it's important that our principals, our staff always recognize that there's a school leadership side, the implementation side, but there's also the curriculum side, and both have to be aligned in order for us to be successful. And so whenever we have principal meetings, whenever we have conversations, professional development, getting our principals together to collaborate and share is a standard practice. And we've been really, really intentional about how we kind of bring our schools together. I will say that we're a large school system. There are principals, and they'll tell you that, they don't even know each other in some cases. They're across the city. And so there's really great things happening. And sometimes if you don't create the environment for them to engage, they're not necessarily going to. And so we have been working with school leadership and working in how we set up meetings and working in how we do professional development to create that collaboration. It's happening. There are things that I'm doing. There are things that we're doing together. We got to get everybody to understand that we're all together. It's valuable when we share. If you've got a great idea, it's working well. It shouldn't take Matthias or Dr. Maxwell or Jennifer, Ms. Pace, I should say, I'm sorry. It shouldn't be us just, direct. It should be all of us saying, hey, this is working. And it does happen. I mean, that does happen now, but we need to be better about facilitating. It's not just the structures, it's just the culture of sharing. That is also a big part of it. And we have been working on that. And I think what we're seeing today in this data is some of that work kind of beginning to come to fruition. So that's how we're doing it. And we got to continue to do it. But it is, I don't have 116 friends, and I barely have 5. And so, when it comes to getting comfortable and sharing, you really have to create the environment to do it. And, principals have great things to share. We just got to get them and us in the system to do it.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you. Thank you all for this. I have a couple of questions based on, I know in the past, when we were setting our goals and approving our scorecard, you really helped us understand why that below 30% was the right target. Because it's best practice, you understand that a system can handle that. And so I have a few questions focused around that. One is, what do we need to understand about kind of beginning to hit that number and its effect on the overall work? I know we set things that were, kind of accelerating, and how does that impact the district's ability to do this work as that number is coming back, kind of into that healthy range?
I think we talked a little earlier about getting the system all moving in the right direction. You see the larger numbers happening, which really, at this point, moving forward, gives us the ability to get a little more granular. Superintendent Segura described it. So as we continue to decrease these numbers, and we've already started to hit targets, then our work becomes which students is this not working for? And which places are we not seeing the same results? And how do we really differentiate our support of students, of teachers, of campuses that need it at that point the most? And at the beginning, it just kind of feels like everyone needs it. And that's true, because we need to come together as a system and as a culture. But as we continue to improve, we'll be able to disaggregate even more who needs that support and differentiate.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And I think those gaps are clear at Ms. Pace.
I was just going to add to, I'm probably stating the obvious, but as we decrease the percentage of students needing intervention, we're increasing the percent of students who are accessing grade level instruction. And that's a great thing, especially when we're trying to accelerate and when we're focusing on making more than a year's worth of progress.
And also, I just want to say the teachers feeling comfortable with the curriculum and the resources. continue to provide that professional development. We provide them with the materials, but it takes time for them to feel very comfortable and become very well proficient. And so the more we continue to support, and just like Dr. Sam Maxwell said, differentiation, so Ms. Bates continue to look at, and we continue to provide in the curriculum differentiation support only for the students that need it, but also how can we support the students that are achieving the curriculum and continue to do 1 year's growth, whether they're here or here. We are meeting the needs of all students on all our tiers.
And just throw a little celebration in there too. So we presented a lot of this data to principals this summer, and they just barely patted themselves on the back and said, "What's next?" And then assistant principals were there, instructional coaches were there, and they just don't give themselves enough credit for the work that's done because they're still doing the work. They still see the gaps. They still want it to get better. But I think it's really important for us to stop along the way and congratulate them and celebrate them for the work that they've done. And this gives us the opportunity to do that too. Yes, we have more work to do, and we'll continue to get more granular, but celebrate along the way.
Thank you all. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the understanding of, as this starts getting into a healthy range, it does allow those students who aren't making the progress, who have larger gaps, allows more resources to be focused there. So I'm really excited to see how this continues on that trajectory. Thank you for that. I have a corollary to that question, which, we work as a system and we also work within campuses, and we know we're seeing data that some of our campuses are well within that healthy range and some are well outside it. And can you help me understand, kind of as a board, what we need to know about that going forward? Just kind of how that impacts the work and the resources that are needed, really.
Right. So that's a great point, because just because we're focusing areas of the work in some places, and we'll be able to do that now, does not mean we'll ever really get to use less resources and less talented people to do that. And it will always be that we will always have students, and we'll always have a world where some of our students and our families and populations will experience more challenges and more barriers. And what we'll have to do within our system and education and what we do together, we'll always have to continue to address that. So it'll never just be, one day all kids are at 100%. I would love for that to be the case. But it does. I think as the system continues to change, we're able to differentiate that work a little bit more, so that we can hit the range. It's not where we're at the point where we have to train everyone in all the same thing all the time. But we have to have varying levels of expertise with what we do in our campus support, with what we do with teachers and administrators, and how we're supporting campuses. So it takes, again, a range of expertise on our parts. And the ability to keep the system flexible so that we can provide those resources. It's almost as though, just as you would with a classroom of students, in order to meet the needs of every single student, you have to have, and sometimes even a wider range of resources, ability to differentiate at your fingertips so that you can meet everyone's needs.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then I have a question about the relationship between what we're seeing now and the big goal that we've got. We've had kindergartners and first graders and second graders now making this progress for 2 years. And we know we adopted this. We had conversations about really taking the long view of this, right? And that it was going to take a few years for it to start hitting that goal. Do you have an understanding of kind of what we should be looking for and watching when that goal comes around, and what we need to be aware of?
Sure. Yeah, I think
based on the data we're seeing right now,
seeing now. Yeah, it has been wonderful to focus on the early years and the early learning, knowing that we do. That is definitely not where all of our data points are, and where all of our focus needs to continue to be as we expand more. So. It's been wonderful to focus on that foundation, and moving forward, we do believe we're starting to see just the inklings of that in our state tested grade levels, because there's always spillover, just as we talk about. Even if there's a focus on literacy, there's some spillover to math as well. So we're starting to see that in our system as well. That really correlates to a lot of the anecdotal data that we have, all the observational data that we have. So I think we're still looking for definitely points such as this in early learning, but what we're seeing over the next few years in state-related assessments for STAR, obviously CCMR is a little bit of a long way, but in a truly healthy system that works its way up there to secondary outcomes, which is the ultimate goal for our graduates. To have all of that in a continuum of really healthy learning all up until then. We continue to look for changes in teacher practices that really support student learning and multiple ways that we're pulling student outcomes. So this is true. This is one data point that we report on tonight, but it's one of the many things that we look at in the system to really make sure we're not getting false positives.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I have an additional question about, Ms. Pace, you mentioned a couple of times comprehension and kind of that having that the best balance between those decoding skills and then really that deep comprehension. Can you help me understand how that's showing up in this data and what we should understand about that from our governance role?
Yeah, I think we see it more in the observational data that we've collected. I think the observational data definitely correlates to the data that we have here. But we definitely have observational data that supports that foundational lessons are improving and comprehension lessons are improving. Comprehension is finding that balance. You know, it was a heavy lift this year learning how to implement the foundational lessons, and sometimes what was intended to be, you know, a routine of just a few minutes turned into a really long routine, which might have meant that comprehension got fewer minutes. And so I think we're just trying to be really intentional about that, because comprehension really is that, I see it as the place where we're providing access to complex thinking and grade level access, building academic vocabulary and content knowledge through rich text. So I do think it correlates to this data. The data that we see it so far in is our observational data.
Yeah, and I would like to add that our NWEA, the students take the second grade assessment, which is more rigorous, and it also it combines the decoding and the reading comprehension questions that goes with it. And so based on our research, the simple pure reading, we require decoding and listening comprehension to create the product of reading comprehension. And so this really, it's a strong indicator of how our students are going to perform. So it combines both of them very well to make sure that we are truly, like Dr. Michael said in his space, we are truly showing a healthy system because we're measuring both of the components.
Okay, that's exciting. Thank you for helping understand, those two facets. I appreciate it. And then one final question, if no one else has a question, is what do you need from us? And that's probably a superintendent question.
So, the first is time. I think, there is a huge amount of pressure and urgency around getting literacy right. Like, I can't stress that to the board. When data demonstrates that the system's beginning to move, there are tears in this building. It is very hard. And we recognize the urgency. We want to build a healthy system, a system that's responsive, a system that allows us to understand where the resources need to be deployed to serve and to support our students who have been most historically underserved. And so, one of the things that I fear most whenever we have systems like this is wanting to change, disrupt, or change course too soon. And so I know there's a lot that we're tackling. We want to stay the course, improve, refine, but a huge shift in direction is what our staff and principals have experienced multiple times for the last 7 years. And so, I think, certainly we will deliver. We're going to support the system. We're going to grow, but patience and grace, because we don't have all the answers until we have the tools to be able to understand, like, what we're actually, how we're going to respond. And so that's a big part of it. As far as resource allocation goes, all of that is important. We'll work with Ms. Montgomery to make sure it gets reflected in the budget. There's been a big push because some of the resources that we're going to have to deploy, we can't afford. Instructional coaches are something that, right now are funded by Title I dollars. We're desperately trying by way of the consolidation and boundary change process to figure out how we can fund the things that absolutely are needed to support high quality education in our schools. Instructional coaches, when Trustee Hunter was talking about, we have cohorts of students, yes, so we have to get all of our students onto grade level, not lose students coming into the system, which is what we're doing with early learning, but we also have to identify those students that are, in third, fourth, or fifth grade that are not on grade level and have the instructional coaches and the resources deployed to actually get them back on grade level before they go into middle school. And so, both are occurring right now, and it's a lot. And so they've done a tremendous job, but I think we're going to be looking to really identify and protect those things in our elementary schools that are must-haves. And I think what you're going to see is must-haves now are a little bit different than where they were maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And we've already seen them come into our system. The tax rate election from 2024 helped us introduce instructional coaches, which is huge. And so that's really where it's going to come down to, is the work that we have over the next 4 months, because what we're trying to do is to protect this work and have it grow and be what it can be for Austin ISD. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just thank you again to everyone for the work, for real results. It's exciting to be able to celebrate that together and talk about that together, and look at what more can be done for students who aren't there yet. So thank you. I appreciate that. Trustees, thank you for the conversation. Now we need to vote on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. As a point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. At this point, I will entertain a motion for accepting this monitoring report.
I move to accept the monitoring report.
Thank you, Vice President Whitley Chu. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Quintana. Is there any discussion? Right, having a motion by Vice President Whitley Chu and a second by Trustee Quintana to accept the monitoring report. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that passes by all those on the dais. And thank you for taking part in a shared commitment to our students and student outcomes. And thank you all so much for the presentation. Thank you, Superintendent. So next up, we have a couple of our presenters still with us. We will continue our discussion on student achievement and have a presentation on scorecard goal 2, numeracy, our goal progress measure 2.1. This will be student outcomes focused time as long as it meets the requirements. Thank you for allowing me to share the text from Ashley. And before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our report is complete. Does anyone have evidence that elements of an effective report are not present? All right, so since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we will turn the floor over to Superintendent Segura for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present on Goal Progress Measure 2.1, second grade numeracy intervention. I have joining me Ms. Jennifer Pace, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, and Jennifer Jones, Director of STEM. And so Goal 2 states by our scorecard, the percent of third grade students earning meets grade level or above on the STAR mathematics assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 39% in June of 2024 to 55% by June of 2029. The goal progress measure, which is 2.1, states that the percent of second grade students scoring in the recommended for intervention level on the NWEA map at mathematics achievement score proficiency indicator below 30th percentile in English and Spanish will decrease from 37% in June 20th to 29% by June 2029. And so this is very similar to our previous conversation, where the lower the number, the better that we are. This goal and goal progress measure most closely aligns to the Early Learning Initiative. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Maxwell to take us through our presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. We thought about standing up and just right back down, but I guess we decided not to do that at the end. So now let's talk about math. We definitely have had a very strong focus and a healthy focus on literacy this year. And we've started to talk more at the end of the year about the focus on math and that being an additional piece of the work. And we're really excited to focus on that work this year. We already do have some initial results that we've seen this year because as we talked about before, in elementary, the teacher does all of the things, the principals, assistant principals coach all the content areas, and instructional coaches work the same way. Many content interventionists work the same way as well. So it's much more of a blend of what's happening. So we have seen some positive effects in math this year. Not quite the steadiness that we're looking for in literacy, but some initial results that we're hopeful for. In making the shift over to math, I really want to impress on the urgency in math. We have longer to go in math. We are looking for the same ultimate goal in second grade for 29% of all students scoring at recommended for intervention levels. We're not coming from 30% with all students with math. We're coming from 37%. And so this is a bigger goal. This will take very intentional work like we've seen with our focus in literacy this past year. And with many of the same strategies, but also an understanding that the system is in a different place with math, which is unfortunate. And I know that we're not the only system that is there with math right now, but it's unfortunate because of just the critical nature that math really does have on long-term outcomes for students. We know it with literacy. We're more comfortable with it with literacy. Our system works that way as well. Many of us are stronger in literacy than we are in math, but we can't miss the fact that early math skills are significant predictors of later academic achievement. And some research shows that they're even stronger predictors than early literacy skills. But we've continued to miss math for a while. And so we're changing that this year as we look hard at this data, as we look hard at our practices, the professional learning that we need as a system, and the changes in practices that we want to see in the classrooms with our kids. And why is it that math does have that effect on long-term student outcomes? It promotes flexible thinking. It causes students in various different ways to problem solve and really use problem-solving skills. And contrary to popular belief, in math, what we can teach them is that there is frequently more than one right answer. And we see that in literacy a lot. And in math, we tend to attach just one right answer to things, and that's not how math works in many, many cases. And so when we can develop those early numeracy skills in our students, we can develop all of those things, which are lifelong outcomes. And so some of our beliefs, we really want math to be engaging, relevant, student-centered, and really focusing on real-world practices. Those are some of our critical pieces that we've put in place. Very rigorous real-world practices and evidence-based math instruction. Even that is a little more difficult because there's not the evidence base in math that we have in literacy. And the years that people have spent researching literacy, we just don't have that depth of evidence base in math or research base in math, but we do have plenty to be able to establish evidence-based practices in the classroom. Another key piece that we put in place this year that we focused on that as a practice is really important is just early identification of students in math and providing appropriate interventions for students in math. Again, those resources are harder to find than they are in literacy. The quality resources are harder to find in math than they are in literacy. So many times, even though we want to address early interventions, it's difficult to find the right tools to do so. So that was one of our major pieces with math this year as well. Again, this is lined with that district initiative of Foundation First for Early Childhood. We're able to focus a lot of our intentional resources and our professional development that we did give, even though it wasn't as much as literacy. It focused on numeracy, early math skills, really building those robust foundational math practices in the classroom. And so, I want to let the scrolling, here I go, scrolling. Okay, let's get to the data. Some key data takeaways that we can see from our results. Again, we have a similar data table. We're looking at that here highlights spring of 2024 compared to spring of 2025. So again, comparing two seasons of the year and end of year results. We do definitely have some gains, and we have some wins from last year to this year's results. Largest gains were in our African American population, a decrease of 5 percentage points. Hispanic population, decrease of 3 percentage points. 2 or more, decrease of 4 percentage points. Emergent bilingual, a decrease of 3 percentage points. And special education, a decrease of 3 percentage points. Also, we should note that our target was 36 for all students, to decrease from 37 to 36 this year, and we did meet that target and exceeded it, so we're at 35% of students being at the recommended for intervention level. I mentioned a little bit earlier too, just on this data table, the way the targets work in math is they're a little more conservative in the next couple of years to start, and then they start getting bigger as we have implemented more of the work and really built more math knowledge in the system and improved practices in the classroom. So we did exceed that all students target by 1 percentage point, and we either met or exceeded the 2025 targets in 7 out of 9 student populations. So again, we're seeing some early positive results, not the similar gains or as large gains, but we do have gains in this area. The student populations we did not meet the target were American Indian student populations. We fell short of that target by 9 percentage points. And the economically disadvantaged student population, we fell short of that target by 1 percentage point. When looking at the past several years, here's where we begin to see more variability in the math system. As we have changed curriculum, as we have changed our practices, as we have changed levels of professional development around math, we see a lot of ups and downs in the system. So when you look over the past several years at the spring end of year results, and this is also shown in Appendix 2 in a little more simplified version that indicates green for improvement and a red color for a lack of improvement in areas. We've just had variable results over the years. There are some exceptions in some student populations, but for the most part, in spring of 2023, from spring of 23 to spring of 2024, we had an increase in the number of students who were at the recommended for intervention level, followed by a decrease in spring of 2025. And so we've, again, a little ups and downs, and as you even look further past, there are quite a few of those. So we don't yet have the indicators in math that we're at a place where we're seeing steady progress that is all over the system, and it is moving forward from year to year. And again, in math, we see gaps in our historically underserved populations. And when comparing white students to Hispanic students and African American students, it's actually spring of 2022, there was a 46 percentage point gap. That was reduced in the Hispanic population to 37, and it is now 47% in the African American. So that is 1 percentage point increase in the African American. So that gap is not being closed at all at this time. So looking for that steady progress and the whole system improving, we're not seeing that across the board, and we're seeing it hit hardest as usual in our some of our student populations. And then Ms. Jones, talk about root cause.
Okay, so some of these definitely overlap with what you heard in literacy, so I won't spend as much time on those that are the same. But similarly, just, instruction and some of the practices that we use just for best instruction in any content area were affected during our pandemic, and then had an effect on our students. But some of the things that are unique to math especially had to do with, and you've not heard this for the first time tonight, we changed instructional materials a lot in our district over the past several years, and we're finally at a place where we're keeping the same product, and we're using it, and we're giving it a few years, and improving year over year with the curation of that curriculum to really see if it has an impact on our students or not. And we weren't really necessarily doing that since the pandemic. We had several different curriculums. Another one is that even though we had STEM scopes and it was purchased, we really had minimal professional development at all around it. And as we know, if we're going to bring a resource in, teachers really need time to get comfortable with that. They need to be able to understand it. The people writing the curriculum need to be highly trained in it, and we need to really have a firm grasp of what it is that we're asking teachers to do with it and how we expect that to have an impact on students. And that really was lacking. So we're trying to make a difference in that. Another thing is, as you all know, for conceptual math especially, hands-on learning, math and science in particular with STEM instruction, really getting students involved so that they have this conceptual understanding of mathematics we were doing pretty well with that. The pandemic hit, there were a lot of rules around touching and doing and sanitizing, and it's like it really took us a long time to remember how important that was and come back from that. So we're really trying to do some things to improve that, which you'll hear about a little bit later. It really, really is so essential for our students, and I'm not just talking about elementary, even our older students, to be able to have opportunities for concrete learning. It's actually in our state standards that students are supposed to use manipulatives and tools and have choice in those. Another thing is just the curriculum as a whole. We finally have something that is considered an HQIM by the state of Texas, right? They have a new process for that. STEM Scopes is one of the few publishers that's actually kindergarten all the way through algebra that was adopted by the state. The only other resource to do that was Bluebonnet Learning, which is the state produced curriculum. Another piece of that is that we have just been highly focused on literacy, as Dr. Maxwell said earlier, and our teachers teach everything. So we can't expect that we can go heavy with literacy and have that same weight of math. But what it has, I think, unintentionally caused is a slower improvement for our students in math and less knowledge in our system around best mathematical practices and us growing that. So we'll be trying to change that. A couple of other things, but I also want to talk about an exciting thing. But we did have staffing shortage, as you all know. We've had so many issues with staffing. But I have got to throw this in there, is that we had the pleasure of getting to work with our new teachers this year as presenters at Welcome Week, where we dove into the curriculum and started giving them a basic understanding of the AISD curriculum so they could improve. And I cannot tell you how excited we all are in every grade level of elementary just about the group of teachers that we were able to work with that day. It is impressive how many of them actually are not new teachers. They're just new to Austin. It's also impressive that even those that are new teachers, they just have a little bit more background, and so we're starting to kind of see a different way of staffing here in the district. That's exciting. A couple of other things is that we have put some strategies into place, specifically this past year, and really going to beef some of these up this year. But we've worked heavily on the curriculum. We have curated the STEM Scopes itself, but tried to make it a lot more tangible for teachers so that they're not operating in a system they weren't trained in. We've also, that includes daily lessons, and so they have guidance on what they're supposed to teach each day throughout the unit, whereas if you just go into the platform, you're kind of left to figure that out on your own. Also, we have a lot more professional learning happening at all levels, so we're working with principals this year, APs, instructional coaches we were already working with, and teachers as well, which we are over the moon about to be able to see what kind of an effect that has. And then just the continued use of high quality intervention materials. I think Dr. Maxwell said it, it's a lot harder to find mathematics interventions that actually meet the mark of what is considered high quality. Again, there's just not the same decades of research to back it. And so we searched long and hard to try to find some that we felt could be done, and also that are provided by the teacher. They're not computerized, they're not digital. We want teachers working with students because that's what makes the difference. And the very last thing is you will also see that our African American population continues to be one of our populations that needs to improve the most, that we really see greater numbers of students being identified for intervention in this GPM. It's exciting that they made more point growth but they also have the furthest to go. And so I don't want us to accidentally get overly excited and what are we doing differently for African American students? Their numbers are significantly higher than our other populations. So we want to really know that, and that is why we set some really lofty goals for our student populations to make sure that we can actually start to close those gaps. All right, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Pace for Outliers.
All right. For our outliers, just looking at our band 1 and 2 campuses, the percent of students recommended for intervention ranged from 22% to 81%, and the band 1 average was 61%. So it's really looking at campuses that had less than 50% of students recommended for intervention. We had 13 campuses, and 10 of those had a significant decrease from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, with 8 of those decreasing at kinder, first, and second grade. So I won't go into depth on all of them, but again, Palm had a 44-point median test score increase, which is huge. Zavala decreased significantly the percentage of students from beginning of year to end of year and had a 31-point median test score increase. Galindo Elementary had a 13-point median test score increase. And they also, just in kindergarten alone, decreased the percent of students scoring for intervention by 53 percentage points. First grade by 27 percentage points. So just really significant. Second grade by 13 percentage points. Pettis Elementary also had a lot of success decreasing just in 1 year's time the students scoring at recommended for intervention range, as well as Pleasant Hill and Barrington. I have to shout out, they had 70% of their students scoring at the recommended for intervention range at the beginning of the year, and ended the year with 47%, and had a 17-point median test score increase. Double-digit decreases at kinder, first, and second grade. Overton, Rodriguez, Walnut Creek also had significant decreases, as well as Woodane. And just in general, success factors that kind of trended across the campuses that were outliers was, again, using STEM scopes more consistently, having strong systems for data analysis and progress monitoring, really leaning into their professional learning communities and being focused on student outcomes in those PLCs. And then again, more frequent and effective observation and feedback, and just high leverage instructional strategies. A lot of the campuses are leaning into the station rotation, and in these outlier campuses, many are using manipulatives. So still work to be done. We have a lot of campuses with a high number of students that are still scoring in the recommended for intervention range, and 1 and 2 campuses. So there's work to be done, but I'm excited that we have some outlier campuses that are moving the needle. And then, of course, we still have gaps to address, as you alluded to, Dr. Maxwell. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So a lot of the focus and the progress is from this initiative really has been, like we've said, similar areas that we've tried to infuse into the system at the same time that we were working on literacy, instructional resources, being very specific about math practices in our walkthrough documents, with calibrations on those practices. But as we found, so much of those walkthroughs and that time on campuses was spent on literacy. It was even a shift for the system to focus on K2 literacy. A lot of times we went to classrooms and we were walking through 3-5 classrooms and we said, can we visit the K2 classrooms, please? And so I think we'll see that sort of similar shift here in math as we kind of naturally gravitate toward literacy, and then really get intentional about seeing math practices in the classroom so we can gain the same kind of information. And also with ongoing professional learning sessions, these will be the focus of instructional leadership learning this year. Rather than the literacy. We'll have a literacy in addition as rotations, but this will be the main focus of our learning. And I think our system is really excited for that, and I think our teachers are ready for that as well. I had the opportunity to visit several campuses for some job alike, or several classrooms during job alike. And the teachers during the math sessions were great in all the sessions, but I found them particularly engaged during the math sessions with using the manipulatives on the tables, and sort of practicing some of those things in a low-risk environment with their peers and talking through math strategies and how they would teach some things, and getting through and really digging into the resources. I feel like the system's ready for the math. They're ready for the math learning. We're all going to feel a little bit of a hesitancy with it, with our comfort level with literacy, I think, but also it'll be a nice stretch point for really all of us in the system. And to be able to have gone through this process with literacy and then just apply the same principles in math allows us to just jumpstart that a little bit faster than we did with literacy last year. A little less, questions or uncertainty at the beginning. Ms. Jones?
Sure. Some of the key. Oops, sorry, I'm talking without the mic. A lot of them are similar to what you saw in literacy. One I did want to call out, just our overall goal I know has to do with third graders meeting on STAR. And you can probably see there in the report that we didn't really make movement there. We didn't go backwards, which is great. But we also didn't make a lot of movement. So we're hoping to really impact that as we see less students identified in second grade. Those second graders from last year are now our third graders. So it will be really great to see what might happen this year. A couple of the other things, just again, trying to, really shout out that there has been movement even without the same level of focus in math. And so we want to continue to see that hopefully all of our student groups throughout this year can meet the goals and show improvement across the board on their NWEA assessment. A couple of other things are Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. We are firm believers in our MTSS system. We know the difference it can make for students that are identified. And if we catch them early, just really quality monitoring of that through strong progress monitoring and really intentional training on those interventions to make sure they are provided in the way intended and seeing if students are actually responding to those interventions. Most of those other ones are the same. And then, one of my favorites, since we're doing a lot of leadership training, I can't wait for them to get in the classrooms and actually do walkthroughs with teachers to see what type of feedback they feel more comfortable giving teachers when it comes to their mathematics instructional practices. And the professional development, as Dr. Maxwell said, that we had so much fun providing this week. I mean, they were like teaching each other, and it was just off the charts amazing to see. I would love to share pictures, so look for that in a board update probably. But the team had so much fun because we've really been lacking that, unfortunately, and we think we found a way to really make it just part of what we do so that teachers really can feel comfortable. So that is very exciting. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Pace for the plan forward.
Yeah, awesome. A lot of it is very similar to what you heard in literacy. It's not so much changing the how, but just changing the what, making math a focus for our professional learning and layering in that professional learning at all levels. So executive directors, principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches. It was even really nice before our Leadership Institute. We kicked off our first math session there, and before that, the executive directors were engaged in the learning, like we were ready to move around and just support. Because we do have less math knowledge, and so we do need that learning layered. In addition to that, just having hands-on coaching and collaborative learning through the Lighthouse and Learning Lab models that we spoke about in literacy. That will support our math work as well. Tiered coaching visits for principals and campuses, leadership teams, and then again, strengthening our PLCs, being really focused on what the agendas should look like, and a really clear focus on student outcomes and what we want teachers to come out of those PLC meetings with. And again, tightening up our MTSS systems, just the commitment to using our STEM scopes in our core curriculum, and just really consistent observation and feedback with high leverage action steps that we're tracking and following up on. Effective intervention, using our intervention resources and getting better at the progress monitoring piece, entering our data and tracking our data so that it's not just the outlier campuses that are being responsive, but we can do that on a larger scale. I think that's most.
And that concludes our math report, and we look forward to your questions.
Good. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. And before we do our monitoring report, I'm going to go back to our Lone Star governance materials since we got a text from our coach and just read a little bit. We all have these with us that explain some of the Lone Star government's requirements. We all have these from a TEA manual with some question stems, and I just want to read this to be sure we're having this conversation. The materials we have say, monitoring is about understanding the extent to which reality matches policy, and in this case, the board's adopted goals or ends. Monitoring is never about offering advice or recommendations. The board's curiosity is focused on what's true for students, not on what adults are or are not doing. Here are observations to look for or questions to ask and the order in which to ask them that support progress monitoring. Notice that none of these questions offer advice concerning which inputs or outputs the superintendent should select. These are monitoring questions, not managing questions. And they go into current focus first, past focused, questions that are who, what, and why. Which students are the data talking about? Which circumstances surrounding the data show struggling and excelling among students, and which phenomenon helps describe what happened? Those are who, what, and why. And then how questions are considered future focused, and there should be fewer of those, and those should come later. Which changes will happen based on the data. So just that reminder before we start asking our questions, with deep respect for all of my colleagues for your knowledge and curiosity about all of this. So thank you. Trustee Hunter.
So before I begin, I will just check off the list. This connects directly to the board adopted goal, numeracy improvement. It anchors itself in the monitoring report. I'm going to talk about slide 7, root causes, and slide 14, strategies. It focuses on the system level issue, curriculum stability, HQIM implementation, not day-to-day operations. Check. Okay, good. It's gonna target a priority group, band 1 and 2 campuses, where the impact can be greatest, and it asks for accountability on whether the plan will address a documented barrier. I believe that it will be a strategic question based on that. Okay, awesome, here we go. On slide 7, root cause notes the frequent curriculum changes since 2020 and delayed STEM scopes rollout hindered math gains. How will the strategies on slide 14 ensure curriculum stability and full HQIM implementation district-wide, especially in band 1 and 2 campuses?
Sorry, I feel like I have to ask permission to talk about my job. Okay. So I will share a couple of really exciting things. So yes, we did not train well on STEM scopes in our district, unfortunately. And usually anytime you adopt a new resource, there's like a giant level of professional learning that goes with that. While we can't go back in time, something that we did uniquely different this year is how we did our job alike for elementary. It hasn't really been done to my knowledge this way, so I'll kind of explain it. Instead of it being one day, because we have about, like 2,000 teachers almost that teach elementary K through 5, we did it over 3 days. And so all of the district provided professional learning days for the beginning of the year were dedicated to some form of job alike. And we did it in a differentiated manner to where our band 1 campuses actually got a full day with academics. Now this is also benefiting literacy, but I'm just gonna talk about the math part because that's what I'm here for. But literacy did the same thing. And we were able to not only talk about updates to the curriculum, but we were able to dive into lessons. And this is where Dr. Maxwell talked about teachers practicing. We actually were able to practice STEM Scopes lessons where they were in the platform, and we looked through some guidance we have about how we get prepared for a lesson. We walked them through those steps and practiced it and modeled it, and then they got to go in and actually give the lesson, like a component of it. Obviously, we didn't have the full 25-minute block that we would have, but to be able to experience how being better prepared for the lesson actually helps it be taught more effectively. And so many things were eye-opening. We got so much commentary from those teachers about like, oh, I didn't notice that that was in there. I hadn't had time and training to look at the things that are already provided to me so that I can just really focus on bringing it to life in the classroom. So we wanted them to know that we're trying our best in curriculum rewrites to support the what is already there. What you need to teach, the learning objectives are there, the manipulatives you're going to use, the tools and resources that students will have. But one of our new teachers actually said this best in our training, I just get to do the fun part. I get to bring it to life and make it exciting for my fourth graders, is what he said. And we're like, yes, that's what we want you to be able to do. And we got to see it with them. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do 3 full days of that because we had a balance with other trainings happening. But we did still have time with every single elementary teacher that is teaching in our district K-5. And that, and we're talking about for all content. Last year it was only for science because we had a new adoption and new standards. We've been getting really phenomenal feedback from our upper leadership, from the teachers themselves. They're reaching out like crazy for more support because they just want more and more and more because they feel excited to go into this year. And so I know my team and I are really thinking through how we can continue that excitement and really be the best support we can be to teachers with the type of professional learning we're offering so that it actually speaks to what the need is. And we hope to continue doing that through our work with instructional coaches this year because we do get to work with them often so that they can go back and have that impact on them, but also offer some teacher training throughout the year that continues to do that.
I'm glad it's supporting the teachers, and anytime you're handed something and said, do this, it's not always maybe what you want to do, so I'm glad that's working. The sort of root of my question is getting to where we wanted to go, which was to ensure that curriculum stability. And then we've got band 1 and 2, you said you've got, but how, like now system-wide, how is it going to go?
Mm-hmm. The other part of that, I will say, especially thinking about our student groups, we were really intentional. We had a whole portion of our training that was focused on our emergent bilingual students. We've been partnering with the MET team, and there's also some new resources with the updated STEM Scopes platform and also this State Board of Education version of it through IMRA that really differentiates for our emergent bilingual students and as well as any language learner, but really for all students because math is, it's kind of its own language. And teachers were very excited about that. So that's one example of something that's in there. And then we were really trying to pull out how core instruction is all of our students, but not all of our students are the same students. So if we don't look at the ways that we can differentiate the different tools and resources we can use and understand how they're going to be used in the lesson, we might inadvertently be doing like a one-size-fits-all lesson, and that's really not how our students should be learning. So we also took time to talk about that differentiated support. What are different ways that you can collect data on students and what that looks like, and then how you use that informal data to be able to better respond and make sure you're working with the students that need support, but also able to enrich the students that might not need that and are ready for something else, and the flexibility of that. I will say I think it's still early to know if STEM Scopes is having the huge effect that I hope it has, right? There's no perfect curriculum. So on the back end, we have to take things and curate it and switch up some things or sometimes supplement, and add a few things into it. But overall, now that we have consistency and our campuses are using it, I hope that we can continue to see an improvement for all of our student groups, not just particular ones, but for all of them, with a better understanding of how to use the curriculum in the way it's intended to be used.
Perfect, thank you. And then I have a clarifying question. You were talking about the tools that teachers were using, and I did not understand, I think maybe it was even a product name, but the closed caption said manipulatives. So I'm not sure what you were saying. You was about, like you said, the math teachers are using different things, and then whatever that word was, it interpreted as manipulatives, but that's not what it was. I don't know, like, are you using a particular product in math?
When I mentioned STEM Scopes, and I actually did mention manipulatives.
Oh, maybe it didn't. I misheard. Okay, because that's what it translated it as, but I was like, is that what she said? But that's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a similar question that I had regarding special education for literacy. So if you have any, I see when I'm looking on page 16 onwards, we see campuses, we see a lot of variability in the SPED column. And again, I'm looking for a pattern. So I guess my question is, what do you see when you have two schools that might be demographically similar, but there's a big difference in the percentage of SPED students who are at the intervention level on the math? How do you account for that?
I think we would actually need to do a similar data dig that we talked about in literacy, is to really identify how many of these students did have a specific learning disability in math versus one in literacy, because I do think it's important to note the misconception that we talked about earlier. Just because a student receives special ed services doesn't mean they have a disability in that area. And so sometimes we think, oh, well, they won't be able to perform as highly, but then we're not separating the strengths of the student out from the learning disability. So I think that would be important for us to look at here too, to see. I'm not as familiar with the new system or the access to data that we have yet, but I'd look forward to really being able to look into that and see where we can disaggregate that with the new system.
Yeah, and I would just add to, similar to the variability that you see in the American Indian population, like our numbers of SPED students receiving special education vary from campus to campus, and we're only looking at second grade here. So you may be talking about a percentage that represents maybe 1 or 2 students on one campus versus 10 or 15 students on another campus. So that just adds to the variability.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I had one more question, which is related to the theory of change. And I'm looking at my TEA materials, and the question really is like, what's working and what's not working, but I want to be more specific. In your theory of change, you talk about you do mention MTSS. I know that's been a huge area of investment for the district. So can you tell me like what's working and what's not working within the MTSS model as that's been rolled out this past year, and how that is impacting math scores potentially? Like, what's your thinking on that?
Yeah, great question. So we did talk a little bit earlier too about the availability of math intervention resources. There's certainly ones that we adopt and we provide as a district, but we recognize as well that not every intervention is the right intervention for every student. And so there is also some flexibility to decide on interventions appropriate to the student. There's more opportunity, there are just more high quality resources in literacy than math. So sometimes math gets a little constricted by the level or the quality of resources that we have in interventions. So that is specific to math has been a struggle really to not only find quality interventions, but provide the interventions to campuses in a way that is easy to use them. So some of the interventions that we have are good quality interventions, but it takes a significant amount of printing, organizing materials, and these are all of our interventions at elementary are one-on-one. They're not digital interventions, and so there's a lot of prep for those. I've seen teachers execute them beautifully in the classroom, but it also it does take a significant amount of work and prep. They don't always come in the same level of hits that a literacy intervention does. So that has been, I think, a challenge specific to math interventions. And another challenge in general for the MTSS system is the accuracy of our documentation. And so as we're looking back this year, and we started to set some systems in place over the summer that we'll be monitoring more next year on MTSS, is the quality of documentation that we have in our system. It becomes important for that progress monitoring piece to know whether or not an intervention is working. So if you can imagine, if we had perfect documentation in the system, we would know exactly the number of students that were receiving this type of intervention in math, and then when we would be able to pull progress monitoring numbers to see overall how well that intervention is not only working for that student, but how well that intervention is working across the district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Quintana.
On slide 14, it shows your plans for monthly targeted math PD, and so I was just wondering, how will we know if this training is improving tier 1 math instruction, and when will we see those results?
I'll start. So I think it depends always with professional learning. There are certain levels of things that you can look at, and the two most important ones are always changes in teacher practices and improvements in student outcomes. You should see changes in teacher practices very quickly after professional learning if a couple of things are in place. It's quality professional learning, and it is coupled with observation and feedback and coaching. Those make a significant difference in professional learning. So these sessions, coupled with that, especially the model that we have on many of our campuses, but the coaching and feedback that we've been, system that we've been building with our instructional leaders, coupled with that professional learning is what accelerated things so much for literacy. That's what these sessions are really focused on. Not only what does math practice and high quality math instruction look like in the classroom, but what does it look like also paired with high quality resources? And then as an instructional leader on a campus, what are your systems and what is your comfort level with providing really high quality feedback to the teacher in the moment? There will be more work to do on that. So it's just setting the stage with math this year because of our comfort level with math. And I include myself with that. My comfort level with literacy is more than it is for math. I lean into JJ a lot for that. But that's good that we have math experts in our system that we can learn from. And we also set that up as a system as well. I think Ms. Pace mentioned earlier that we're really getting stronger, and Superintendent Seguda talked about practices for our instructional leaders to, and structures for our instructional leaders to really share and learn from each other. So all of that combined really is going to give those two things that you're looking for quickly. Changes in teachers' practices happen pretty quickly. Student outcomes are a little harder to come by. It's much more nuanced, but they will come eventually.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
I just want to thank you for the presentation and the plan. I have no questions. All my questions have been answered.
Thank
I
you.
will withhold my opinions and advice.
Thank you. Additional questions?
So looking at the data, who's moving the most? Who's seen the most growth?
I think most of our comparisons that show growth are just from last year to this year. Our African American population from last year to this year has moved 5 percentage points. Again, we want to recognize that we would like that to be a much larger number, but at this point, that's the population that has improved the most from last year to this year.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Trustee De Orioste, questions, or have your questions been answered?
I guess the one that stood out to me, and I apologize, stepped out for just a moment, but given the statements you had made about the focus on the literacy and then moving to the math, how are we planning, or what more are you, looking to do to assist in addressing both focuses? I know you were saying that teachers only have so much time, so how are you looking at approaching that difficulty?
Okay. One way is just really thinking about our coaching caseloads. I spoke a little bit about that earlier. So being really intentional about who on the leadership team at each campus is coaching which teachers. So if math is my strong suit. I may coach a larger number of teachers, but mostly on math or literacy, or we might divide by grade levels. But being really intentional about that, and then really leveraging the observation data that we're collecting and the feedback that we're giving teachers, and making that an intentional part of instructional leadership team meetings, and to inform our instructional rounds as we talk about those. So that's one way.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, so Ms. Kendrick, who's my partner, the work that they've been doing in literacy, whenever we're talking about things in math, whether it be in front of principals, APs, coaches, teachers, we keep drawing on the best practices and the things that they've already focused on in literacy, because so much of that is transferable as far as good instruction. We don't want them to forget about it. We're not trying to say math and literacy are competitive, right? That's not what any of us want. They're actually probably more related than most people think, especially in the early years. And so we really try to bring that in. And so like an example of that, even at Leadership Institute, our whole math session started with celebrations from literacy, which people probably didn't expect to hear about in a math session. But it was talking about like now starting to transfer that same idea. We're primed for it. Like Dr. Maxwell said, like we've had this whole year of learning throughout our system in the same manner. And now it's like time to kind of bring math in, and it doesn't feel like we got to switch focus all of a sudden. It's like now we're adding it in. We're folding in the cheese or whatever it goes. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
And Trustee Deodosi, I think one of the things that the team and I have talked about probably for the greater part of a year was just the time to actually begin to see outcomes once you actually have a healthy system that supports numeracy. And what they'll tell you, because they're the experts, certainly not me, is that the time from kind of beginning of implementation all the way through to where you actually begin to see outcomes is much longer for literacy than numeracy. And so, you know, strategically, it actually is beneficial for us to approach it this way. So we do expect for the time not to be as long. The foundation is there, the systems are there, but just in the nature of each one of them is different. And so that's something that we've certainly talked about. It's something that I think we've even said on the dais maybe months and months and months ago. But it's not lost on me that when it comes to overall system improvement, you know, each one is a slightly different duration. And so I do expect us to recover quite quickly. Again, that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. That definitely highlights it. And I always appreciate a food analogy, so thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions? So I have one going back to slide 6, if we can. And I know I stepped away for a second to run to the bathroom, so you may have addressed this while I was gone, but if you didn't. Really looking at all students for 2022-23, and seeing for all students and for some of our other groups that the percentage of students who needed intervention was lower that year than it was last spring and that it is right now. What do we need to understand about that to understand what we're seeing?
I can't speak to all of the things happening in the system at that time. I know Ms. Pace was in the system at that time, and actually Ms. Jones and I would have not been here. I do know that was the year they implemented the Eureka math curriculum. Before it had been, I can't remember what it had been before.
Investigations.
The investigations, and then Eureka, and then
some Go Math. And then
Go Math was in there. Yeah. So this was the year that they implemented Eureka math curriculum, which is a very how would you describe it? It is a very specific curriculum. And so I wouldn't be surprised that there was a decrease in some of the intervention levels at that year. As to my knowledge, it's been the same as math assessment over those years. There's been a little bit of a change in literacy assessment, but it's the same K2 or 2-5 math assessment. So actually, it's a K5 math assessment. So I don't think anything in the assessment changed that year, but it was one of the years where, again, there was sort of a one curriculum, and I think there was significant, from what I've been told, significant training around that curriculum when it did come out, and it's a switch. And again, it's a very specific, the word I'm looking for, like the scope and sequence was very systematic. It's very explicit and systematic. It took me a minute to find those words, but those are the ones I was looking for. And so it wouldn't surprise me that in the early years you saw a little bit of a decrease those years, and then they stopped that curriculum that year, and then went back to, I think, a little bit of a blend actually of a few things before they implemented STEM scopes.
Thank you.
And I don't know if there was anything else going on in the system at that time that might.
I don't think so. I mean, I wondered if that was the year that we shifted our MAP assessment from the K2 to the 2.5, but that was the only other thing I could think of. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I'd love to know, with this not quite as optimistic as the other one, what strengths do you see here? Do you see things that we should be excited about, that we should be looking for more of?
I mean, I think the early strengths are really just those early indicators that we do have some progress in the system. It's always early. I was very hesitant at this time last year to talk about literacy. It's very early. I'm not sure if the inputs are really providing the outputs that we think. But I do believe with those early indicators, I think we should be positive that some of the things have transferred with the classroom teacher and on campuses and in the classroom. And if we put the same amount of efforts and inputs into math this year, then I think we can be positive to expect similar outcomes.
Yeah, and I was just going to add too that it's nice to see, we definitely observed teachers using STEM scopes. We see some gains here, but we noticed that they weren't always using it as intended. So for example, maybe too much teacher guiding and not releasing responsibility quickly enough. So I'm just excited that providing the professional learning with the product, that, I'm excited for the gains that we can potentially make.
Good, thank you. And I think the final question I have is, what do you need from us on this one?
Well, I appreciate JJ going and doing a manipulative inventory, several months ago that we talked about. There'll be some investments along the way to support the work, and they'll make their way into the budget. I think, just keeping us to, our commitment to move the system forward, which is what we're doing. I think, it is hard to not recognize just the amount of stress in the system over the last 2.5, 3 years as we move through special education, the modules, as we ramped up curriculum, as we built out MTSS, as we focused on early literacy. And so this is the appropriate time to take this on. And we've already been taking it on, but it's the appropriate time, I think, to really have it be a key focus of ours as we move forward, since literacy is beginning to stabilize. So as we have the ask, they'll make their way in the budget. We'll certainly make our board aware. Like I said, we're excited to see movement. Still a ways to go, but we'll be sure to let our board know what we can use their support on, because there will be those asks for sure.
Thank you all. Thank you to my board colleagues. Really appreciate this. Great conversations about exciting things that are happening. So appreciate your time and your work. Thank you. And before. Now we need to vote. One moment. Okay. So, and now we need to vote on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. Again, as a point of clarity, we vote to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. Is there a motion to accept this report?
I move to accept the monitoring report.
Thank you, Vice President Willie Chu. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Quintana. Is there any discussion? All right, having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu, a second by Trustee Quintana to accept the monitoring report. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all on the dais. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on now to our information reports and updates. For our next item on the agenda, we've scheduled 60 minutes for tonight's report. The item counts for our student outcomes time as it is focused on requirements under our TEA approved order. And Mr. Segura, can you please introduce the item?
Yes, absolutely, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Cherry Lee, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Health Services, Dr. Oscar Rodriguez, that's correct, Dr. Oscar Rodriguez, Officer of Technology. Congratulations, Oscar. Joshua John, Executive Director of Governance, Accountability, and Board Service, to share data systems, strategic plan, quarterly update. And so as we kick this off, I want to take a little bit of an opportunity to talk about kind of why it's important that we report on this specific component of the order. There's a lot of work that's been going on in our organization around all elements of the order, 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as the reporting that we do in LSG. This has been part of our work for over 18 months. One of the things that we were working through as we we're taking on the work was an acknowledgement that the system we had in place at the time, the one that was here before we even entered the order, was not going to be sufficient to actually provide our staff what they needed to support our students. In order for us to be responsive, in order for us to ensure that all of our students have what they need, accommodations or otherwise, we need real-time data, we need to have information to be able to plan, and that requires system and platform improvements. And so while we were going through the process, we made that determination. We came to the board. We had a conversation. We worked collaboratively with TEA to kind of acknowledge that, we needed to kind of shift our approach. And so TEA, through those conversations, allowed us to exercise an extension around Priority 3. And so this work here represents a focus in that work. And I think it's timely since we are moving towards a significant milestone on September 1st. There's been a lot of work. A lot of it isn't always kind of seen by our board or our community, but I will tell you that the technology department, special education department, our principal, staff, everybody has really been working on this platform turnover. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight why it's coming kind of at this time, how it's maybe different than what you saw, 18 months ago, and want to hand over to the team to kind of take us through the work. And as I said before, there is an important milestone coming up, and we're excited to share an update on our work around it. All right.
All right. President Boswell, Superintendent Segura, Board of Trustees, good evening. So yes, Superintendent Segura, I want to start by taking a moment to acknowledge the incredible dedication of all of our staff across all departments that supported this major endeavor. Special Education Department, support from the Superintendent's Office, along with many district leaders to accomplish this transition. Collaboration and support also included our external partners, such as our strategic partner, Frontline Education, and their leadership, and our TA monitors in guiding this work. So as you see here, here's our overall project plan. And so the larger initiative was actually comprised of several smaller projects that had their own milestones that were all being managed and worked on concurrently. Experience with our ERP gave us context that this was a multifaceted project that was beyond just a technical transition. One of the early milestones was the actual configuration of the system through engagements and feedback with our stakeholders, hosted by Mr. Jund. We were able to get feedback around what was important that the system could provide end users. And so we used that feedback along with the expertise of the Special Education Department to make over 150 technical decisions on the configuration of the system, because ultimately the use of the system was going to be important for adoption long-term, not just for the initial launch. The first major component was obviously the data portion. The data migration and validation was one of the major components. We had to ensure that we had reliable data moving into the new system. I think we've all had computer class and learned the GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. And so we wanted to make sure that with the new system, we were continually refining and improving our data accuracy in order to migrate that to the new system. As part of technology work, often the attention is on the new system, but there's actually a lot of work that goes into sunsetting, archiving, and storing and securing the data from the previous system that's required. Through the feedback and definitely listening to lessons learned from the previous implementation, training and support was highlighted as a major consideration as part of this implementation. Dr. Lee will provide us some details as we move forward towards those efforts. But we applied many of the lessons learned, many of the successful techniques that we had developed during the launch of the ERP, such as centralizing information, knowledge resources, making sure we had customized support materials for our organization, and we had feedback mechanisms that ensured that end users were getting support for any issues that they encountered, as that would be important for the long-term adoption of this new system. The overall governance of this project was important, and that included external and internal stakeholders to make sure that we were always aligning the work to optimize the outcomes for the organization, not one particular department or not one particular focus, but we took definitely an organizational perspective. The third, and obviously most important, was ensuring that we had reporting for both the agency and as well as internally for our campus leadership to make sure that they had information at their disposal to be able to continue ensuring implementation of the program with relative ease and have the information at their fingertips. As part of this migration, along with all of these other components for special education, we also had to include the SHARS Medicaid components, as the SHARS Medicaid portion integrates with special education, and especially now and as we move forward, ensuring that we're optimizing our revenue and our ability to get reimbursements was another critical factor. And so this new system would integrate with our student information system as well as our student health module to ensure those outcomes. So as we look ahead, we're still working through finalizing, polishing some of the outstanding issues that come with any system implementation. There is no perfect implementation, and so we are working through those last few pieces. But I want to be able to take this time and just underscore the magnitude of this initiative, as Superintendent Segura mentioned. In most cases, in best case scenarios, these initiatives are normally 12 to 18 months from a technical perspective. We were system ready in 5 months, so a third of that time. And so I'll say that other urban districts have not been as successful as we have. And so I'm going to take this point of privilege and actually give some gratitude to the IT division and a lot of those staff. They sacrificed evenings, they sacrificed weekends because they knew how important this initiative was and that there was no opportunity to fail. As part of our vision for systems, and not just this one in particular, but how this fits in our overall goal as an organization of how we're approaching our systems, you see here sort of the picture of all of how these pieces are interconnected. This allows us, this unified systems, allow us to provide consistent, reliable, and integrated data across all of our functions for all of our end users. And so this new system provided us opportunities for increased automation and increased efficiencies in our processes that may have been manual or disjointed in the past. A scenario here, looking through this picture, you could have a special education teacher apply through our applicant hiring system, be brought on board, be hired, be processed, move into our student information system, be rostered with students, and then be able to see those students in the new case management module, all within the same entry screen, all within the same platform, without having to move through multiple systems or activate multiple processes. As part of our feedback from our stakeholders, we knew that there was opportunities to streamline some processes that have been historically a little manual for some of our campus staff. And so one of them that we're actually working on at the moment is accommodation distribution, which through the feedback from our stakeholders has been cumbersome in the past. And so that is one of those opportunities as we move forward to do better. Obviously, as part of our overall goal is to ensure reporting, ease of reporting. And so in a couple of slides here, Dr. Lee will provide us more information, more details on all of the report capabilities as well as data visualizations within the system to simplify the process and the decision-making and the data access for our campus administration and campus teams. As you see, there's a couple of items that are coming soon. And so we are going to be making sure that this system is adopted, this module, and we're going to begin the work actually this year to transition our emergent bilingual and gifted and talented modules as part of this larger vision with MTSS coming in the subsequent years. As part of our philosophy for change management, we focus on a framework of people, processes, and technology. We want to ensure that we're not just approaching this from a technical perspective, but also that we're looking at the work and how it happens, as well as the role that staff play. And so as part of the feedback and as part of this implementation, we made sure that we had specific deliverables based on the feedback from the engagements. And so we created a centralized knowledge place, which we call SPM Central. We made sure that there was clear, concise documentation for our staff to be able to follow through any of the technical items in the system. We talked about the system configurations. We ensured the quality migration of the data. And then obviously the most important is impacting and providing quality training and professional learning to our staff, which I will let Dr. Lee provide us more details on.
Thank you. Good evening. So shifting to our new system really allows the district to meet those district level reporting timelines for September 1st, and we have to produce error-free, accurate reports as required by the agency. We're also going to be able to empower our staff with accurate data and reports to really support student outcomes. And then we're going to obviously be upgrading the system infrastructure to ensure sustainable reporting systems for Austin ISD. So you'll see here some samples of the new dashboards on the screen, and these dashboards are going to provide both campus and district level staff real-time visibility into our special education and Section 504 compliance data. So by providing these accessible and actionable reports, the platform will allow our staff to proactively monitor program requirements and address any potential compliance issues. Ultimately, this is going to streamline our monitoring efforts. This will save staff members valuable time while ensuring that we're meeting all federal and state timelines related to special education. The dashboard has some helpful accessibility and organizational features like the color coding you'll see there to alert staff to approaching meeting due dates. But it also helps us and it allows us to disaggregate student data at the campus level and at the district level, and our previous system was not able to support and produce. The new reporting mechanisms, again, are going to allow us to report to TEA in that monthly fashion. And again, allow campus level, and when I say campus level, I mean individual staff like special education teachers, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, as well as our principals to monitor timelines and compliance efforts. We're going to talk in a bit about all of the training behind this system and momentarily. It's really, really important that we continue to not only train on the system, but also how to pull the data and reports for our principals and for all of our leaders at the district level as well. All right. So we're going to shift our focus of tonight's presentation to the training framework, which was developed and supported by our in-district steering committee, which was comprised of members from our IT team and our special education team. And it was actually led by Josh over here, sitting to my right. Additional support from our partners on the professional learning team ensured that we kept our end users, which again are our staff members that are using this system, in mind throughout the entire process. And the work was grounded in the feedback that was received from campus leaders and special education staff in listening sessions and then a survey that was conducted back in October and November before we actually chose the system and launched all of the migration. So let's jump to April and May, or go back to April and May. Frontline provided both virtual and in-person training sessions to our entire special education and Section 504 staff in preparation for the launch and rollout. And the sessions began virtually, and then they moved to in-person. So we had both virtual learning sessions and then in-person sessions. And at the in-person sessions, team members had ample opportunities to ask questions, to practice using the platform, using a sandbox, and really to build confidence, because our staff are the ones that were rolling out the training to all of our staff members working at the campus level. So in partnership with our professional learning team members, we personalized the frontline training materials that the company or the vendor provided to us to really ensure engagement opportunities and opportunities for team members just to come together and build capacity around using the new system. So you'll see here, this is our staff training. We were training our summer staff the first week of June. It was a full-day training provided to anyone that was using the system over the summer. So we have evaluation specialists that are, providing evaluations at our summer evaluation clinics. We have special education teachers that are writing IEPs and conducting ARD meetings. And those persons that were working over the summer were trained in June. Optional training sessions were also offered on July 31st and then August 1st to those that wanted to come and learn about the system early. Training for our campus 504 coordinators was also provided in July. We also offered additional training, which I'll talk about momentarily, just this week. But over 300 staff members were trained over the summer. So we had those early implementers of the system as well, which really helped build capacity for the system and roll out this week, which I'll talk about in the next slide. But we also trained our campus leaders at our Leadership Institute through a 3-hour training session where they learned about how to review the dashboards in the program. We also reviewed accountability expectations, child find requirements, the special education referral process, and family engagement. So the 3-hour training was not solely on using the system, but we did prioritize and show campus leaders how they could use these dashboards. And we stressed important key steps for campus leaders to take to support compliance with all initial, annual, and reevaluation timelines, along with clear expectations for campus leaders in support of students with disabilities. And overall, feedback from campus leaders was positive, with ratings 4 out of 5. And we heard folks say, like, I'm really going to use the new dashboards. This is great info as a new campus leader. I really liked ensuring that we have a way and we are going to be aligned on setting up monitoring systems early, and that, folks overall appreciated the updates and clarity that the session provided. Right. So we'll talk a little bit about Job Alike. And if it seems like I'm a bit tired here, today I am. We trained over 2,000 people this week, 2,000 across 16 different sites over 3 days. So yes, we've been definitely making our rounds across campuses. Superintendent Segura was with us this morning at the PAC, so thank you for stopping by and welcoming all our evaluators, our speech pathologists, OTs, and PTs. But again, over 2,000 people were trained this week in use of the system. So additionally, like I said, our team provided specific training for our evaluators and speech therapists, as well as our teaching assistants and related service providers on the personal care services and service tracking modules. So we just wrapped up training today, but we have additional support for new staff or staff that missed that are joining the district on Monday. We'll also provide ongoing training, which I'll talk about in the next slide. So the summer training and the Job Alike training is only the first step for ensuring that staff are well trained to use our new system. So we have a central hub within the Austin ISD portal that IT created, and the site serves as a repository of all of our standard operating procedures, or SOPs. There are also helpful links for staff to access important documentation regarding the use of this system. And additionally, we have a self-service ticketing system through the AISD help tile in the portal for staff to request support. In addition to those digital tools for users that we've mentioned on the previous slide, the special ed department is offering weekly virtual sessions to provide ongoing and live technical assistance for the first 9 weeks of school. So we're going to have folks on standby and ready to answer any questions on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And then we'll have district department staff visiting on site to support use of the new system throughout the year. Again, an important component of the ongoing training is to connect that high-quality IEP development to the efficient use of our digital management system. And by really keeping the focus on high-quality IEP development, the training helps educators create more personalized and accurate, effective IEPs that truly meet a student's need. So an efficient digital management system means that our teachers and our campus administrators and support staff can quickly access, right, and update a student's IEP with families in that ARD process. And that really reduces the time spent on administrative tasks, and it keeps the focus on student support and family engagement. All right. To wrap up our presentation tonight, I'll share communication efforts that the steering committee has engaged in, because a top priority for the steering committee has been to provide clear communication about the digital management transition. Anytime you're changing systems, it can bring anxiety to users, right? We have switched systems several times over the past few years, and that does bring change, and that can bring stress. So again, we did conduct a survey, and we also had listening sessions. We conducted 6 listening sessions with staff back in October to November to really hear what they were saying, what they needed in a system, what their concerns were in previous systems, including the rollout and the way the systems were rolled out. So one of the things that we heard is communicate with us. Let us know what's happening. Let us know when we're going to be trained. Let us know how we're going to be trained, and let us know how you're going to support us. So we definitely started early with informing principals through emails, through leadership weeklies, through roundtable meetings, through listening sessions, through just, anytime we were meeting with principals, we were letting them know that we are changing systems, and this is when the summer training is going to be provided for and with your staff. We've also presented information regarding the rollout through, our quarterly TEA agreed order updates here at the board meeting, so this isn't the first time you're hearing it tonight. We've also informed our Special Education Family Advisory Committee, our CFAC members, in the spring as well. And then families are going to receive information on how to review and sign documents within our collaboration portal, which is the method that parents will be receiving documents for review and signature. And so just tonight, as we conclude the presentation, our team would really like to stress that by upgrading to a new digital management system, we're taking a crucial step to not only ensure compliance with state and federal special education requirements and the TEA agreed order, so not only meeting those deadlines, but really building a more reliable and efficient system to support our students and our staff. Yeah, so this does conclude our presentation for this evening, and we are glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Very appreciated. Trustees, what questions do we have? This counts toward our student outcomes time, so any question is game as long as we're not giving advice. Yeah, thank you.
So a quick one to start. I heard the comments about the accommodation distribution. Could you clarify a little more what was going on before and what changes are we seeing or expecting with the new system now?
Yeah, so teachers did access and were able to access their student accommodation plans. We had to create a manual process through the previous system that we were using for that to happen. So it did take quite a bit of partnership with IT for that to occur. That wasn't like a natural feature, accessibility feature that we had with the previous system. So again, special education had to work with IT to manually activate that process and make that happen.
And now that because we have students rostered as part of their master schedule, we can actually take all of the teacher information associated with that student and actually sort of push all of the accommodations where we didn't have that kind of interface in the previous system.
Yeah, and with frontline plan management, as soon as we roster all of our gen ed teachers, they're able to go in and in one click mass print all of the accommodations, both for SPED and for 504.
Okay. And then regarding the high quality IEPs, the commentary around that, how do we know or how are we anticipating that this system is going to assist with that? I know it's kind of a broad question, but we've made the migration. What are we expecting to see out of it, or how are we hoping to leverage the new system?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So a couple of things. Last year, we had a priority focus on the development of high-quality IEPs. So our district, in partnership with our monitors and also approval from TEA, created a rubric so that we can evaluate, and when I say we, I mean district leaders, campus leaders, and special education staff, evaluate the quality of the IEP. It can also, the rubric can also be used to help develop the IEP. So as I'm developing the IEP, I can use the rubric as a tool to help me develop, but then also to evaluate the quality if I'm conducting routine audits, which we do on IEPs. So with the ease of the system, right, the goal when users are feeling more confident using the system, it is going to be a more efficient process to enter that data into the system, right? So it's going to be a more efficient process for the case managers to enter that data into the system.
I'll also add that because of the process and the safeguards in the system, there are requirements before moving on through some of the workflows where that may not have been the case before. So now there are safeguards, sort of required fields or required steps that validate the work as it's progressing through the process to ensure that all of those elements are there for the process.
That's right. So for instance, if there's a field that's missing or if there's a part of the IEP that's required is missing, the system tags it and puts an asterisk on that portion or that section so that case managers are required to go back and complete that section to ensure the IEP is compliant.
And then, given some of the calls that we had earlier during the comment section, I was curious how we are going to address some of the parent concerns. I know I heard a lot in your presentation about the feedback from the staff around the use of the system and the training on the system. And so for the families that are concerned just in general around the special education piece, and if I could go kind of one step deeper with that is, there were questions about where we are on our progress on the agreed upon order. And so I think what I would be interested in hearing a little bit more is how, as we progress through this, we're going to be contemplating what happens after the order, optimistically, and hopefully, we exit, we're, meeting our milestones and stuff. How can we address some of those concerns beyond the agreed upon order, if that makes sense?
And are you, just to clarify, are you referring to implementation of high quality instruction and services? Are you referring to compliance with federal and state timelines?
I think the first part, just the quality of the instruction, we had the TEA agreed upon order, and I think, when I hear some of the parent concerns, it's how do we go above and beyond that? I put it another way, some people are saying, was it a good thing that we were in the agreed upon order, or, our interaction with TEA, and regardless of differing opinions on the agreed upon order, I think really the question there is how do we leverage the work that we've done to go beyond it so that we're going to move past it. A lot of it I see is for example, the data that you're now required, or that we've improved our data management and all this, how are we going to leverage that, or how are we planning on leveraging that as we move forward past just having the system implemented? What's the growth beyond that we would look for?
Yeah, so tonight's presentation obviously was about this transition to using frontline special programs management, which is identified in priority 3, right? And then we received that letter from the commissioner that said we need to ensure that our systems are compliant and the data reporting looks like we need it to, right, on September 1st, 2025. So tonight's presentation is focused on that. But our team, our district, our superintendent is in complete agreement, right? We want to move beyond the order, and we really want to focus on, implementation of high-quality instructional services. I was pleased tonight to be able to review the data that obviously that shows, strong performance when we're looking at those second-grade students that are receiving special education services. We see, a reduction, right, in the number of students that are showing that they need intervention, and I think that is a very aligned and strong indicator that we're seeing high quality instructional services provided to students that are receiving special education. But our focus as we move beyond the order is to take all of the professional learning that, we as a district, like as our staff completed and moved through, and really put that into action, right? Moving from all of that training, all of the professional learning that we completed for the last 2 years, and really moving that into seeing teachers implement, high leverage strategies to improve supports for our students receiving special education. I mean, that's where we're going, and that's where we are, and that's our team's focus this year as well. It's instructional excellence.
And, is there anything else? I guess I'm trying to tie back into the parents. And so, as an example, what else could we gather from like CFAC, or how are we doing outreach, to connect the families into this piece? Because again, we've had a real focus on the teachers and the training up. And I know that's obviously, that's the part we're in as we transition. And how are we looking at the next part after that to connect to the families?
Absolutely. So one of the pieces that we heard from CFAC is a recommendation to include a parent co-chair. So we are going to have a parent co-chair as part of CFAC to collect information and feedback and help develop the agenda and drive that CFAC agenda. So we make sure that parents are really at the heart of CFAC. Right, we have parents as part of the committee. We're actually going to have parent as a co-chair on the committee with district level staff, so that we're ensuring as we develop the focus for this next year for our CFAC committee, which is our Special Education Family Advisory Committee. We'll meet 6 times. But again, the focus is really driven by what questions do parents have? What do they want to see for their children, right? What do they feel is going to help them engage more, with their and at their campus communities. So, I'm just kind of tying what we're doing here, right, which is talking specifically about these dashboard and reporting systems to family engagement. I mean, I think we can definitely connect the work, because obviously the IEP, right, that individualized education program, drives all the services and supports for students. And the heart of that IEP development is parents, and parents being involved in that IEP process and being able to produce a document, being able to talk with parents about the document and the services that are being provided in that document in plain language, so that parents really understand what the document says, right? And then they can connect that to the services and to the progress that their children are making. So one of the first family engagement learning opportunities that we have in August is actually going to be about the basics of the IEP, and really being able to describe to parents that may be new to the process or may have had children receiving special education for a while, but just want to get a better understanding of the components identified within that IEP. So we'll be providing more information to families in our district welcome letter to families receiving special education, which will go out next week, as well as a district, just a welcome letter to families. So we're going to send 2 things out next week to families of students receiving special education. The first is a welcome letter. And again, that welcome letter is a recommendation directly from CFAC. And the second is our fall edition of our special education family connection letter. That was again a recommendation from CFAC, right, to have a family newsletter that's going out and distributed to all families. So those will both go out next week. Both of those will include information on this new digital management system, and there's opportunities for families to provide input to CFAC and what they want to see CFAC working on as well this year.
And I'm trying to think how to phrase this best for my last question. I guess given, again, the comments about the agreed upon order, and, given that we've been having these updates for so long, as we've progressed through it, how are we going to look to continue that, again, presuming that we get out of the agreed upon order, we've satisfied our basis. Some of the people are kind of asking how much longer are we anticipating it, and in regards to the special education requirements specifically, how are we going to look at continuing the outreach, so that the families are understanding the continuing work that we're doing past the agreed upon order?
Yeah. I mean, I think the first thing I would say is, the strategic plan, which is, kind of all-encompassing and greater than, in my opinion, the order. The order is, it's something that we're going through. It is something that we're committed to do. But through this process, we've learned a lot about, how to better support our families. We've worked with CFAC. We had conversations around the progression of the strategic plan, and we're committed to implementing that plan and taking these relationships, these partnerships that we've had, and building on them. Whether it's kind of building out, different subgroups to explore opportunities to promote an inclusive environments. I mean, there's a lot that can be done, and we are going to do it. I can't speak to when we're out of the order. I have very direct feelings about whether, us getting through the order is the right thing to do versus us not negotiating this order. I have not heard that in a while, so, that's surprising. But, I think as we move forward, we have to meet our obligations. We're well over 95% of the way there. September 1 is a big deadline for us, but this is like a step and one of many, many steps to get to where we need to be a truly inclusive school system that meets the needs of all of our students, but specifically with regard to what we're talking about, those receiving special education services. So, the system's got to improve, the quality of IEP's got to improve, our support to families has to improve, all of it has to move. But we were not able to get there without systems getting put in place. That's just the honest truth. If we don't have the information to guide the work, we're just never going to get there. And so I am grateful for the work that's been done. It's a big milestone ahead of us. TA is the only one that can tell us when we're out of the order. All I can do is deliver. So if someone has insight, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the work, and definitely the move to the data system seems, extremely promising for the future as far as the collation of data and, what we'll be able to do with looking at it. And I think similar to some of the conversations we had on some of the goal progress monitoring earlier is, looking to, what we're going to do as these systems are in place. And so I realize, not to put the cart before the horse, but as we progress through that plan and we've accomplished so much, I think it would be helpful for the families in particular for us to start addressing how are we going to move beyond it, even if we were still in the order. If we've got, 95, 97% of the stuff done that we feel is compliant, even while we're working on those last percentages, I think there's opportunity there to engage the families on what we're doing beyond it. And I think maybe that's the way I would phrase it, is not beyond it as in we're done with it, but beyond it as that's a bare minimum.
Yeah.
We're going to go beyond that. So not something to answer right away, but I would like to hear more about that as we progress, and especially as this system's in place, looking for more contemplation about how we're going to use that data in a way that families will understand and be able to see, okay, now that we have this, these are things that we weren't able to do. Disaggregating some of the SPED populations in the data that we look at in other goals would be an example. I think that would be really fruitful, and from what I've seen of the system, it looks like it's going to be really robust, and so there's a lot of opportunities there. Mm-hmm. And so, looking to see how we can engage CFAC, how we can engage some of the families. I think that would be really fruitful work. But I appreciate all the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you for the report. And again, this question is future focused, asking about ongoing evaluation, student-centered, linking system sustainability and compliance, board appropriate, as it does not get into operational how-to, but looks at frames, oversight expectations, and it's outcome-driven, emphasizes responsiveness to evolved needs, which align with continuous improvement. What process will be in place to regularly evaluate and refine the SPM system so it remains sustainable, compliant, and responsive to the evolving needs of students and the TEA requirements?
So we have a steering committee that meets weekly. And it becomes a place where we talk about all the issues that are coming up. We have a robust system where staff at the campus level as well as district level, whatever comes up, whatever glitches or whatever is perceived as issues can be submitted through a ticketing system, and that has a way to flow through IT to the SPED team and then to the steering committee. So we'll keep our eyes on it for the entire school year, and whatever improvements need to be made, we'll be addressing it timely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Do we have additional questions? All right, I have just a couple. Thank you for explaining kind of how students, families, and staff will feel this. I heard that woven in. Those were questions I had, but I feel like those have been answered. Another question, I know this has been a big financial investment, but when I hear about things being streamlined, about things, do we expect this to have a budget impact over time, perhaps in making us more efficient in some ways that we're going to feel? Do we have an answer to that yet?
So I have an answer. The answer is yes, but multiple things have to also come online as well. And the reason for that is that no single person in technology is only over one system, right? I mean, that's just not how we're built. That would be very inefficient. So, as more systems get turned over into a platform that is easy to manage, it's robust, it's secure, we will see a reduction. And in fact, Dr. Rodriguez has been able to actually take some of those savings, because we've seen, even as we've turned over our ERP system into our current vendor Frontline, we've even seen efficiencies there already. So we have seen them. It's hard to determine kind of what the cost of savings is as we transition this specific platform, but really what it's a continuation. Like as system after system gets online, gets improved, and becomes more streamlined, we'll continue to see reductions in cost. That is true, and we're already seeing that. I just can't give you a specific kind of number.
That's helpful. Yeah, cost less, better for students, better for staff, better for the work. So that's great to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know it has been a massive lift to get here. So I know, new doctor, you shared your appreciation with your staff, and really want to share ours as well, because we know it's been a massive, massive lift on a really short period of time. So thank you to everyone who's been involved with that. And then I have one final question, which is we have a big deadline on September 1st. I know in prior presentations there had been discussion about testing it ahead of time, making sure we were really going to be there. We're a little more than 2 weeks out. How are we feeling?
Hey, Josh. Well, talk about the testing first. Don't just give your response.
Yeah, we are reviewing it daily. Every day there's improvements. And so we're very hopeful that before the deadline, we'll have a perfect report.
All right. Thank you all. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you all so much.
Our monitors are here, so I'm going to say hello to our monitors.
Yes. Thank you. I know it's been a lift for you too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right. And Dr. Rodriguez, congratulations. It's exciting. All right. Thank you. Our next item is an update on school consolidations. This conversation is not considered student outcome time under the rules of Lone Star governance. And this is not always in our script. This is new Lone Star governance, by the way, that we are naming all the time. That's a new requirement of Lone Star governance as it evolves. We've scheduled 30 minutes for this item, and Superintendent Segura, can you please introduce it?
Yes, President Boswell. The team and I will present the consolidation process update. I have joining me Christine Steenport, Operations Officer, and Dr. Rachel French, Director of Planning, and our project manager. And this will be a fairly efficient, expedited presentation. We did have a retreat last Thursday. There's been a lot of communication and a lot of information over the last week that's been shared. So the team here will go through the presentation swiftly and then answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. Tonight, we're just giving you a board update about school consolidations and where we are. Our agenda tonight is pretty quick. We're going to take you through the roadmap, show you where we are in our project, walk you through our story map really quickly, which we're really excited and happy to showcase, go through the data rubric, and also point the community and yourself to our website, our FAQs, our community engagement efforts, and then talk about our next steps. So you've seen this before. It's our project roadmap. My apologies. My little "you are here" sign is on the wrong board information session item. So we're moving that down. We're moving fast each week. So we are here. We're going to present that update of the results of the tool with a scored list of all of our campuses. They received that this week, as well as our public. So we are happy with the engagement we've had so far with that, and the all of the feedback and emails we're getting about the goods and the good things about it that we're hearing, and also the things of questions like, show me this, where is this, how did you derive that? So it's very engaging. Want to talk through our story map. This story map, and I hope I can click this, is quite beautiful. And I have to give it to our planning team. They are GIS experts and make maps here. So I wanted to draw your attention, and you can toggle at the top. It talks about the background, the two parts of our process with this tool, where we started with the rubric and then we go to the contextual analysis, walks you through the data rubric to total score and what's next. So talks about why we need to consolidate, where we are at with our budget. Is also talking also about the optimal ranges. We know that we have a lot of seats in the district that we need to fill. As you can see here, we want to change our optimal range to 85 to 90%. You can see in elementary, we're 75%, middle 69%, and high school 83%, for a total of 76% for our district. How do we want to achieve this? We've set our goals here. In blue, you can see that we have our goal for 85%. That's 8,557 seats. And then 90% at 13,156 seats. So how will we get there? You've seen this before. This is our tool with two parts. That data rubric came out with the actual school lists of everything, every single school. This is not a consolidation list. This tells us that we have areas of misalignment. We've got all of the explanations for the data rubric. We've got links to how we weight that, our multiplier, our support and resource index. And so I'll go through that quickly, but I just wanted to make sure that the public really utilizes this tool because it's something that's a lot more digestible. We've got great maps here that also talk about where it is. You can see generally and geographically where our schools are and their optimal ranges for utilization. We also talk through our cost per student. This is the building and operations score. We talk through the formula there and also why it matters to us and the weights. And our facility condition score, our FCA, that's a 20% of our total score for our rubric. Again, why does this matter? And then our cost per student. So that's our educational cost, and that's 15% of our total score. You can see our formula there and why it matters. The ESA and our student support resource index. So I want to just really highlight that. It's really great information, and it's very digestible if you've never seen a story map before. I want to go to our next slide and talk about our data rubric, what the rubric is and what it is not, and now I'll pass it off to Dr. French.
Awesome, thank you. All righty, so I think we cannot say it enough times what this rubric is and what it is not. So this is really a planning tool. It is a way to really highlight where we can do a better job, better aligning the campus programs to its geography, to the students we're serving, to the costs, and so it's really a starting point. Every single school, we might start at the ones that are the highest and most misaligned, but as we go through that, we will look at all the schools that surround it because everything is a network. And what's happening in one campus is likely related to what is happening at the campus next door. So we need to look at our system as it is, a system, and we'll also be looking vertically through our feeder patterns when we go through this work. And so just to orient folks, this is not as beautiful and digestible as the story map, but it is very transparent, and we are trying to put it all out there. So there is a tab that goes through basically the same information from the rubric, or from the story map rather, and then here is where you have the scores themselves. We have it sorted, again, from the most misaligned to least misaligned, and I think the most helpful column is really this one that just plainly states what we need to understand or fix. And it really is understand. There's a lot of nuance and reasons behind a lot of this data, and I think part of our deliverable in October is really being transparent about how we're analyzing each data point and being upfront about what we chose to do, and really bringing y'all and the community on this decision-making journey with us, and really clearly painting a picture of why we made certain decisions and why we didn't make certain decisions. And this is an excellent starting point. So as you see, the columns just align with the different data points that the story map explains. We also do have some additional reference data. It's really important to consider not just how our schools are enrolled, but also where kids live. And that's really important, especially as boundary changes are going to be a substantial part of this. And that really, the impact of boundary changes is on the student population that's zoned to a school. Our policies and the way we allow students to move around would impact the actual enrollment, and we'll be looking at both things. We have gotten a lot of questions about this column, the bond project status, so I just wanted to address those while we're here, and that this is really looking at what our demographer and decision makers need to know now in terms of major bond projects. These are the full and phase modernizations or the open plan elementaries. Every single campus in our district has a bond project. That is all available on our bond website. You can clearly see all of the funds that are allocated, but we just wanted to make it very transparent to the community where we are at on these big projects so they can understand how construction plays a part. So is it already there? You'll notice that there are some to where construction is beyond a stopping point. We will continue to build that building. We can still consider how that building ends up being utilized and serving us as a district, but that is just, we will not be stopping that. Whereas there are some that are just getting started, we could still stop construction, and some that have not even yet begun. So we just wanted to be very clear because we are trying to look through all of those data points and making our decision. And so just wanted to navigate y'all through the rubric. There is a link to the raw data that drove all the scores. We've gotten a lot of great community feedback already and asking questions of how things were calculated, and we're happy to answer those questions. Going back, the next slide is really what's next. And so we are having these deep dives with our demographer, with campus experts, with that in certain departments, transportation, enrollment, whoever needs to be at the table, depending on the area of Austin we're talking about, is at the table. And we are moving really fast. And so I think this is something that we've been communicating when folks have asked, but we will not be able to kind of go out and do a lot of iterative community engagement. We are in an unprecedented situation of trying to work towards this goal of delivering a package before everyone goes on holiday and on break. And so folks can know where their kids go before that key moment. We want to provide that certainty as soon as possible, as well as allow for our enrollment system to be aligned with this new model that we propose. So our deadline is really important. And we have taken all the recommendations and feedback to date. We have all of that available, and we are looking at it for every campus. And we've worked with our principals to really paint kind of a provide us some contextual data about the lived experience, the programs. So all of that is part of our decision making. We are drafting those recommendations and plans now. So in October, you will see recommendations including boundary changes, any changes to where programs are located or how they're offered, as well as the closures that would be a part of our recommended plan.
And just a reminder for our milestones. So these are essentially what Dr. French just said, but listed out. So we've got our data rubric, all of our school scores, and then our October 9th board meeting where we'll present the draft boundary changes and consolidations package. It won't just be what schools are closing. It could be it will be a very comprehensive process. We will have a lot of boundary changes. Changes to transfer policy and our program. So that's something that's a part of this process and will be at that October 9th board meeting. The community engagement on transition plans, that will really kick off during the October 9th through November 13th. So we're getting those templates and those plans ready to go, but those will be in motion during that time. And then of course our November 20th board vote for the package. Want to kind of talk through our community engagement to date. We've had 3 virtual information sessions, 3 virtual open houses, 4 deep dive workshops, which were 3 hours each, 1 survey so far. We've got an open house feedback form and 5 meetings to date for our principal focus group meetings, 23 plus and counting for our community organization and partner meetings. And we've got 71 plus and counting historical and contextual information from all of our campuses and our campus community. So information overload, and we like it because we want to have all that we can.
And our goal is to have one of those for every campus. So that's just where we are at now in collecting all that data.
Yeah, and this is something that I think is worth pausing and taking a moment to kind of talk about what it is and how it came about. So we have a principals group that came together as just out of a conversation with our principals regarding kind of how do we get everybody to provide their input and thoughts as we move through the process. So the group was created, and one of the things that they were clear with us that needed to happen was collecting information that was campus specific. I mean, the principals and their communities, they're going to know so much more about these campuses than we'll ever know. And we wanted to have an avenue for us to collect that to the best of our abilities. And so we asked for these feedback forms. We've deployed them. Principals are sending them back in. There's a lot of great information coming in, but it's really, really going to help us understand better what's kind of the historical context. I mean, that's really part of this. It's something different, hasn't been done before. I do expect to get them for every campus. But yeah, that's something that I think will really help inform our transition plans, provide details and student movement, things that we might otherwise consider that might be really, really specific to that campus. So something different. Just want to acknowledge that this is one of those things that came out of a different process and directly came from our principal group.
And we're getting so much great information from them, whether it's what time to meet with all principals to talk about this and talk through it, or what frequently asked questions that they're getting that might be helpful to their fellow principals. So it's been amazing, and we thank them so much for everything that they've helped us with so far. It's a combined effort. I wanted to also talk about Campus Toolkit, our next steps for what we do. We know that the principals and their communities now have seen this list. It can be quite overwhelming. And so we've got a video explainer kind of walking through the rubric, just like Dr. French did with you, really quickly. And so that will be a video explainer. We also will continue to update our FAQs, not only for our community, but also for our principals, so they can be better equipped to answer the questions specific for their communities. We're getting all of the dates for every CAC, PTA, principal coffee, or staff meeting, so we can figure out when those are and figure out how to support them best with the information that they need. We're going to continue to have the schedule of our outreach and our partners, that we have community groups, we have neighborhood associations, and so we want to get ahead of that and be most efficient and effective with our meetings. And we have a new feedback form. This is kind of our second survey. I know you saw the first one. That was one of many. So that is open. We've got that on our website. And like I said before, beginning October 9th will be our community conversations and digital engagement around our transition plans. And that is our update this evening.
Excellent. Thank you both so much. That was full of information. Really appreciate that. And sharing with the board and the community what's up next. Do we have any questions? All right, thank you so much. Oh,
yes, I was gonna, yeah, I definitely do. So we've seen the first part, this first rubric. So first part of the rubric, I don't want to nitpick the rubric. So it's very, I would say, completely facilities focused rubric is the first one. So we're coming forward with what are going to be the next considerations. And I think focusing on our goal. So our goal is to have schools that are academically excellent for every single student, and to be able to afford to provide that excellence for everyone. So it is to save costs overall so that we can continue to operate as a school district. And so when we have accountability data coming out, I was really surprised to see accountability is going to be no part of the process. That was said in the rubric. So I just kind of want to offer some feedback about that. So we're going to have accountability data come out. We have seen what our options are when we have a school that has an academically unacceptable rating. They have to have a turnaround plan. So we know what our options are. You can give the school to a charter. You can fire the principal and replace a bunch of the staff, which is what is happening at 3 of our schools right now, or close the school and move to a higher rated school. So if we are looking at that, we need to have highly rated schools, and we need to look at, I don't know, I don't think that is I don't think that that's wise, and the board has to vote on this plan to protect the district. So I would like for us to be looking at the academics that are offered at the school. How are students being supported at that school? It would be nice to hope that things will just turn around, but like the reality is, we are under, like this is a huge existential threat to the district. And there are many, it isn't one school, it isn't two schools. So I think we have to look at academics, and we have to look at schools that people want to go to. So school having a bunch of people choosing not to go there isn't the same as a bunch of people are choosing, they're being kind of weighted the same on the first rubric. I think on the second rubric, we need to look at, is the school desirable to the community? If we look down the map up there, it's really like the city center. We're seeing a lot of schools that are, that have, poor conditions, I guess, or poor structures, or they're overutilized, because a lot of our families bring their kids with them so they can drop them off on the way to work. They might not be able to afford to live in the city center, but they get to spend more time with their kids because they get to ride with them all the way home instead of those kids, having their key and waiting for mom and dad to get home. So those are like our civil servants that are choosing those schools in the city center. So I think the second part of the process needs to be really, really thoughtful. And I kind of wish that this rubric actually came out earlier, because we had all this we've had this information a long time. This is just facilities. And so, I worry that some people think like, okay, they think they don't know what's going to happen. I don't think this provides more clarity. I worry that it might provide less.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, so we had much of the data that is true. It wasn't necessarily organized or prioritized in a way that got everybody to consensus to say this was going to be the agreed upon first step. When I went through this process in 2019, one of the things the district was criticized about was not being able to draw a line from where we started to where we ended up. And so it was really important for me to support a plan and lead a plan that created kind of a step one that we all kind of talked about, had conversations around, and then once produced, that was finite. Last time around, we were kind of going back and almost, kind of backing into the outcome. In this case, we're moving forward. I think the other thing that's really important about this is, having a conversation around, schools that have been historically underserved. We organize these schools into band 1, band 2, band 3, and band 4. And, what are the weights? How does that play into the overall kind of effort? Because the questions that we often get is, Matthias, how are you going to ensure that those schools that have been historically underserved are supported through this process? And so we had to go through that conversation to get there. So yes, we had the raw data, but the way that it's organized and the way that the index ultimately is calculated is something I believe we had to go through together. But you're absolutely right. Moving forward, the intentionality around, student movement, having, schools that are well-resourced, schools that are desirable, vibrant schools that our students are happy in, is the focus. And right now we cannot afford that district-wide. We are going to overlay accountability, 23, 24, and 25. So it is out there. It is something that we'll have tomorrow and we'll be able to share. And so when we're making these decisions around movement, we will make them informed so that we are not, putting ourselves in a position where we can't have well-resourced, vibrant, loving schools that have high student outcomes. I will say, when it comes to the different turnaround plans that are available to the school district, there are 6 of them. The ones that you mentioned are 3, but there are others, and they don't all require removal of the principal. They don't all require closure. There are different options that we can pursue, and with more time, because many of these schools are not in year 3, 4, or 5. We do have those avenues, and so for us right now, what's really important is having a continued dialogue with the agency. They are aware of what we're doing, and as we move through the process, kind of sharing, this is what works best for Austin ISD. This puts students in the best position to be successful. You know, are you supportive of this? Kind of getting initial input. And I think if we do that well, we should be able to address almost most of your concerns, if not all of them, and get kind of all of us to a final vote, which is what, you know, is needed here to ultimately reduce the cost to pay for what's needed in our campuses. So it's kind of a long-winded way to say that, you know, I do think we're on the right path, but I do hear you, and accountability is something that is part of it. It's just not a driver at that step, but it is something that is out there and will be part of the conversation as we move forward.
Quick comment. So thank you for all the work. I've heard so much praise in the community for the level of detail, the comprehensiveness of what's coming out. So I really appreciate that. I think just a couple of questions. One is, what can we expect to see with the development of the baseline academic program?
Well, I mean, so one of the things that we didn't show on the slide is kind of the expectations and how the board and the administration work together. So we had a work session for those that are maybe tuning in at this late hour just last week. And a lot of the feedback that we got from our trustees was around the development of, you know, I don't want to say baseline, but, you know, kind of what is our academic vision and how does that show itself in well-resourced schools. And so we're working with the team to kind of lay that timeline out. So expect more work sessions with the board. We are taking what we heard last week. We're kind of building plans around it to be responsive. I will say there were consensus, a lot of things that we heard for sure, but there were also some, you know, kind of different thoughts and ideas that we have to reconcile as we move forward. But we expect to have that, you know, progressing in a fairly short period of time. To be honest, you know, as we start up the school year and kind of given, you know, what's happened in the last 4 or 5 days, you know, that plan isn't quite ready to share with the trustees yet, but I can tell you that that is part of the work, very much part of it.
Thank you. And
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, my hope is that we don't, you know, by the time we vote on this, I don't expect we're going to have the whole thing filled out, but I don't want to just have a timeline. You know, I want to actually see some early draft even of what that's going to be, just because we are right now, you know, we're not hearing too much from the community because we haven't put a list out yet. When we do, we're going to really have to be able to justify very clearly, this is why we're doing this, and this is why it's going to be worth doing it. And so, like, I can't really overemphasize how important it's going to be to have that cleared, you know, defined as well as possible. I'm willing, you know, I don't know what role trustees can have in the development or just as thought partners in some of this. But I'm happy to just like sit down with some of you if that's something that's allowed or if we can do that. But I really hope that to see something really clear, you know, as we go through this process. So that was one question I had. Second one was just going to raise again a point I made at our retreat, which was like, I do want us to have a really clear justification for this building and all floors. I mean, you know, I'm not saying like let's just sell HQ, but I'm saying like how are we? I think we need to hold the same accountability to this building, like how well used is this building, and are there other ways that we can monetize it or use it toward, you know, to free up funds for our students and our staff. So
yeah, so I'll respond to the second one first and then the first one last. Well, I guess it was technically your third one, so third and second. So on this building, so I'm going to release just like kind of like what we did with the financial data back in the spring, just a clear kind of, you know, kind of for lack of a better word, like a proof as to kind of why the steps we've taken that now have been appropriate and what's possible moving forward, to just put that kind of question I wouldn't say to bed, but just to acknowledge it and just kind of take the next step. Yes, there are opportunities to do other things. Are they $30 million moving things? No. These are very small amounts relative to what we're talking about. But I've heard that come up. I have built out kind of a structure for that response. I know exactly how we're going to do it. It doesn't necessarily find itself into the consolidation conversation because it's not like, hey, we're doing all this work and then here's a proof of why this would be, not the most efficient way to do it. But yes, that is something I've heard. I will be responsive to it. I've already worked it out. I just need to kind of create the form. And I don't know, maybe it's just me tweeting it out. I'm not sure. The other thing, we have one-on-ones. You and I are certainly able to have conversations, and I can bring in the appropriate team to kind of talk about the progression of the feedback that you provided at the work session. And I'm absolutely welcome. I mean, I think all of our trustees know, like, we create the space, we have conversations. I will be there and
appreciate that.
And incorporate that into the work. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
Okay, and then I keep looking at the clock. The last thing is just the special. I know that we haven't gotten to this yet, and this is not reflected yet in the rubric. But some of the conversations about special programs that we have in the district, and if we're going to have to distill those in some way, we've got to start making that piece as transparent to the community as we had with this first round with the rubric, because this first round is kind of it's factual. There's not judgment in it. The second round is where the judgment comes in, and that's where you're going to have people who are really, their heart and soul are in their schools and their programs, and so that's the part where I feel like we need to even be more transparent. And I know that we're in a tight timeline, but I would like to know when we're going, when and how we're going to be talking about that.
Yeah. So I think the step we took last Thursday was a big step in kind of that transparency, because y'all's thoughts on the programming is, that is, y'all represent the community. That's the role, and so that was very helpful. As I said, we're going to set up a series of work sessions. We've heard from you all. We've heard from our community. We're testing. There's details in how each program runs. One of the things that Trustee Gonzalez shared with me that was a request that we're working through is how did the program even come to be? That historical context also matters. And so we are gearing up to have that conversation. Everybody, we are transparent. There are multiple people who were, I would say, concerned about us releasing a rubric like this. And my position is we're going to be hyper transparent. We talk about it. This is what it looks like. As comfortable as it is, this is what it looks like. And so I am grateful, that the feedback that we've gotten has not been one of, I don't agree. It's just help me understand. And so we will be transparent. That's a commitment of mine. Certainly our administration or the organization responds that way. But yeah, that is a big next step. There's lots of unique programming in Austin. There's a document that we uploaded last week that showed the thousands, programs. And there are sometimes we say something's a program and it's not a program. It's actually a core function of ours. There's a lot of kind of misunderstanding around it as well. So yeah, that is absolutely part of the conversation. So I'll look forward to having a conversation with you about how we can improve as far as we move forward and rolling that out. But that is absolutely part of the work, not only with our trustees, but with our community as we move forward.
Thank you. And I just want to make one more quick statement, if that's okay. It's I just want to be absolutely clear that there is not an expectation that consolidating schools in any way would be a shortcut to improving our accountability scores. We're going to do the work to make sure every kid is learning at high levels.
Yeah, so to be clear,
crystal clear.
Well, yeah, and I think one of the things is, y'all, this is what I tell my kids, making the reductions in the savings that we'll see gets us closer to being balanced. It doesn't give us the opportunity to add more just yet, right? This is a step in becoming a healthier financial school system. And, if we're going to have fewer schools, they better be better resourced. That's just the bottom line. Now, what do those resources consist of? That's where the academic vision comes in. What is our expectation for all elementary schools? We talk about having strong neighborhood elementary schools, early literacy, reading, this is a focus of ours. Well, what does that include? Not only the programming side, but also the staffing side. Right now there are resources that we pay for that are tied to title dollars. Those evaporate, they are evaporating as we speak. And so we really need to be clear about what we're going to, commit to, make sure that we can afford it, and then make sure that we can, make the difficult decisions to actually get there. Because there are things that we decided to forego in the spring semester, including not pursuing 7 out of 8. We made a very strategic decision not to pursue 7 out of 8 because we want to protect teacher planning time. We also have made commitments, and we'll continue to make them around librarians. We'll make them around these other things that we value. Those all have costs. And so for me, we got to be really clear about what we're doing, what we're going to do to protect it, and we have to make difficult decisions. This is the path that we have to go.
Thank you. We're at 32 minutes. Anything else?
And to make a very short question just about procedure. So this is one of the probably the most monumental decision that this board will address in my 4 years here, and the one that's going to be most tightly tied to the vision and values of our community, is going to generate the most community engagement, I think, of any that we've addressed. And so I just want to confirm and clarify the fact that this time does not count towards our student outcome goals does not mean that we do not have the capacity to devote considerable time to addressing it as a board as time goes by. We just have to budget that time within our other 50%. So the Lone Star governance will not preclude us from having the important discussions, listening to our community, asking the tough questions, hashing it out, correct?
Is that for me, for Matthias? Yeah, I think that is correct. And I appreciate that our coach worked with us to help us figure out how to make room for something the administration had told us they needed. Something, we don't, Texas open meetings law does not allow us to deliberate together behind closed doors for very good reason. We have conversations and make decisions in the open. So yes, it is important to budget the time to do this. It's crucial to do that. I like you said, this is a massive decision that's going to impact a lot of families that I absolutely believe we're doing to strengthen our district and move into the future. And any campus that closes is a real loss for people and a real disruption for people. And no campus is the same as another. And that's a legitimate thing that people are going to mourn, but we also need to get there together. So yes, I think we're all committed to making that time. Thank you for that. And I have one just quick question. I know we talked during our workshop about alternate models, a pre-K through 8 model, things like that. I know during school changes last time, there was kind of a list of things we were considering, but I don't think they had fully been discussed with the community, and I'm wondering what the plan is for really as we're looking at getting creative with this in ways that I think we have reason to believe could be really supportive of our communities, our students, to reduce mobility, to strengthen relationships over a longer number of years that really builds to student outcomes. What's the plan for making room for those conversations so our community is included and part of those conversations about things that might look really different from what we're doing now? It's not just you're going to this school and merging, it's something different.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. We've had a lot of feedback from not only our initial survey, but with our feedback form from our conversations initially when we started this back in June, I believe. I'm trying to think of just thinking about it differently. I know it might have not have been the topic of conversation, but those kind of things like, well, what about this, or what about this? This other district is doing this, or they're doing K-8, or they're doing a Montessori so we've heard that too. We're working right now with our subject matter experts in AISD, but you make a really great point of focusing on that and getting feedback for different school models and what they might like to see.
And we have worked and heard a lot of feedback from our principals in various full level meetings, and they've provided us great ideas. And I think because we're having to move just frankly faster than any of us want to do this work in, and which is why we collected as much as we can and we have it at the ready, we will work with those internal and principals and communities, and if we propose something different for a community, it will be thoughtful, and in October we will have the opportunity in those different engagement sessions to really finesse it and think about that transition plan. And that's where I think the opportunity to really make it sing for those communities that's when that will happen.
And I also want to, President Boswell, I mean, last week's work session we asked for that information because we asked our trustees as leaders in our community who know our community to kind of share with us their response to strategies that we wanted to consider, right? And we heard, Montessori, we heard ECA, RC6, early childhood 6. We heard EC8. We heard a lot of different models, and so for us, it was hearing from y'all, taking them back, working with the demographer. So that was an important step. I just want to be really clear. Like that was an important step because that allows us to incorporate that into the work because we've heard it from community, but we wanted to make sure that the trustees also shared that perspective to make its way into the work. And so as we move forward, that's how it's going to kind of roll out.
Thank you.
And that feedback form also provides an opportunity for the community to share with us about the transition and what they would like to see happen from that perspective. So that's just another avenue for them to share with us, and we'll look at that now.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions?
Yes, I do. I wanted to follow up on the question about not just this building. This conversation, I think, is not just about consolidations. It is about our academics. It is about the budget. So if we are going to be asked to vote to close schools, we need to see that is the best cut to be made. And I think there is a lot of skepticism in the community that about this building when we have so much room. This is a building where there are no children in this building, but we have a lot of room. And there is also skepticism about, do we need adults coming in to monitor the schools? We have staff that does that, or should those staffs be working in the schools? So I think looking at the entire model, so there was like a reorg that was done very, very quickly at the end of the year, the end of the school year last year. That still needs to be looked at for us. I do not think that work is done with the amount of budget constraints that we are under from the state and from the federal government with underfunding. So we need to see that whatever we're being asked to do is going to be what is best for our students. So I don't think this is an isolated conversation. So anything else is going to, like every other expense, has to be justified, and people have to understand what that money is going to and how it is serving students.
Thank you. We finished. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the work and the conversation. Thank you, Superintendent Segura. And our next item is a legislative update. This is a requirement for members of school boards under the State Board of Education to be trained on changes to the Texas Education Code within 90 days of the end of a regular legislative session. And our coach has told us that because this is required by the legislature, this is neither student outcomes focused time nor adult focused time. This is just required, something we are required to do. Thank you.
So it does not count for neutral.
I was told neutral's not really a word we use.
Doesn't count.
But it's not in the denominator. It doesn't. It's its own thing.
So I'm thinking like 3 hours, right, Edna? Edna, I'm thinking like 3 hours then. Will we? Okay.
Quick. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good evening. Happy to say good evening, not good morning. This presentation is going to focus on primarily on bills that require board action. You've been provided a summary of about 95 bills, and it's fairly detailed. The first thing I want to say is that whether or not the board has passed a policy, we have to comply with the newly enacted laws when they're effective. TASB has been working hard on getting us drafts. They've provided us drafts of new legislation for FNCE, EFB, and FD, and you can see there on the slide what those have to do with. And as they complete other drafts, they'll be sending them to us, and they hope to complete their update there in mid-October. This is just a quick overview. The main thing that is of interest is that in this session, there were almost 2,000 more bills than were filed in the 88th session, and 188 more public education bills. It was a very, very heavy session. These are the key areas affecting public education. We're going to talk about just a few of them: parental rights, library books, and discipline. State funding, $8.5 billion. A lot of it is prescribed. They prescribe how districts are to spend the money. There are two new allotments: the support staff allotment, which was created because the teacher raises that you see in the first row there are for teachers with three or more years of experience. And so there was concern about, what about teachers with less than 3 years experience? What about non-teachers, et cetera? And so they created this new allotment. The other new allotment is the allotment for basic costs, and that is for operational costs. Because they did not raise the basic allotment by much at all, this was very important allotment to have to allow districts to pay their operational costs. This is additional funding in House Bill 2. The ones I want to point out is the teacher incentive allotment, which begins next school year. Another one is the pre-K. So teachers at primary or secondary schools, their children will be eligible for free pre-K, which means that we will get the comp ed allotment for those children. And then also we will get $1,000 for each special education evaluation. House Bill 120 provides additional funding for CTE. And the ones I want to point out here are that JROTC is now considered a CTE course and eligible for the CTE allotment. And then there's additional funding here. Oh, and the increase in the ADA funding for P-TECH programs is increased by $100 for ADA. Okay, now we're going to jump into the bills that require board action. House Bill 1481, personal communication devices, prohibits the use of cell phones, tablets, smartwatches while on school property during the school day. And one thing I wanted to point out is that the legislation prohibits the use of cell phones. They give school districts one of two options. One is to prohibit personal communication devices from being on campus at all. And the second option is to allow them on school property, but have them be put away. And that is the policy that's going to be considered by the board next week. It also requires that disciplinary measures for violations be approved by the board. There are exceptions for IEPs and 504 plans and documented medical needs. Senate Bill 401, UIL participation of homeschool students. In the past, or the current law, before this law goes into effect, allows districts to opt in to allow homeschool participation. The new bill is the opposite. It says that we must provide homeschool students the opportunity to participate in UIL activities unless the board adopts a policy declining to grant the opportunity to participate. And so the deadline to adopt a policy is September 1. And so that is on your board agenda next week as well. Another bill is Senate Bill 13 regarding library collections and challenges. And this includes library materials and classroom library materials. The The board will have to adopt a policy on the acquisition of library materials, and the board must approve, according to this bill, all library materials that have been donated or that are proposed for procurement. There are exceptions if library materials have the same ISBN number that of books that are currently, or library materials that are currently in the school library catalog. And you can see the exceptions as to what doesn't have to be approved. Additionally, each board member is entitled to review each list and propose changes to each list before the board votes. Senate Bill 11, time for prayer and religious text reading. This is an optional policy. The board may adopt a policy designating a time each school day at every campus for students and employees to pray and read the Bible or other religious text. However, although it is discretionary, the bill requires that within 6 months of the effective date, which would be March 1st of 2026, the board must take a vote on whether to adopt a statutory resolution. Senate Bill 12, parental participation. The board must adopt a policy for parental engagement. I'm happy to say that we've done all these things. These things are already in effect. SB 12 also addresses grievances. Basically, in instances, it allows more time for filing. It shortens the time when the hearing must occur. It extends the appeal timeline. And so TASB is drafting the revisions to FNG that we'll be getting soon. The board may delegate authority to hear and decide a grievance to a committee of at least 3 board members. And the district is required to annually report to TEA on grievances filed. Board training requires the State Board of Education to develop training on the rights of a parent by April 1st, and trustees who are sworn in prior to January 1 of next year are required to complete the training by September 1. SB 12 also has conferences and notice to parents and requires the board to adopt a policy. We already do this as well. We have 2 conferences, so we're complying already. Gender identity and social transitioning. This bill prohibits districts from, and I'm quoting because it's not very clear, from assisting a student with social transitioning, which means adoption of a different name, different pronouns, or other expressions of gender that deny or encourage a denial of the person's biological sex at birth. If a district employee or a contractor violates this, the board must investigate and report violations to the commissioner. The board is required to adopt a policy prohibiting an employee from assisting a student with social transitioning, including by providing any information about social transitioning or providing guidelines intended to assist a person with social transitioning. These are 2 other policies. One is required, one is discretionary. This bill regards district liability for public schools and professional school employees and contractors for sexual misconduct involving students and failure to report suspected child abuse or neglect. It creates liability for a public school that is grossly negligent or reckless or engages in intentional misconduct in hiring, supervising, or employing a professional employee who engages in sexual misconduct against a student. And we may be liable for up to $500,000 plus court costs and reasonable attorney's fees. These are other notable bills. Senate Bill 2, we all know. Education savings accounts, also known as vouchers. Excuse me, that will start next year. $1 billion has been appropriated for the first year of this program. Senate Bill 10, which requires the posting of the 10 Commandments in classrooms, if the posters are donated. It does not require the district to spend money, its own money. A suit has been filed in Texas, and of note is that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which Texas is, the case filed in Texas, if appealed, would be appealed to the Fifth Circuit, has ruled that a similar law in Louisiana is unconstitutional. House Bill 33, called the Uvalde Strong Act, amends provisions regarding security, law enforcement training, mental health resources for first responders. And then finally, HB 2 and Senate Bill 568, which have identical language, revises the special education funding weights to be based on intensity of services rather than instructional arrangement. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this, Ms. Betts. I appreciate it. Trustees, do we have questions or anything for clarification? Trustee Foster.
Yeah. I just wanted clarity on the cell phone put away before we vote on that. What does that mean? Do we have clarity in how we're interpreting that and how that will be operationalized? And I don't know. That probably goes to.
Yeah. So we are introducing a policy before the state has given us the guidelines needed to implement in the way that they are kind of recommending guidelines. When we say away, it's kind of in backpack, like it's away from the student, not open and out. But we do expect that to be for the entire educational day, right? So hallways, in the classroom, lunch periods. But in the event that there's an emergency or if, a student needs to get a hold of parent or guardian, it is not at a place that it's not accessible. The reason we wanted to be proactive is with this policy is, well, that's the law. We have a policy that's separate. So I'm kind of speaking out of the subject, so I think I'm still okay just because there's a policy that's kind of in response to this that's actually voted.
So it's posted, so I'll be able to, I can read it.
It's a law. You're talking about how you're going to implement the law.
Yeah, but our policy is before the law. Because we were going to have our own cell phone policy before the law actually came into place. That's something that I'd actually talked to the board officers about and many of the trustees almost a year ago probably. Yeah. And so we had built that out, and one of the things that we're doing is to implement it because the direction from TEA is going to come mid-semester, and so we didn't want to surprise our families and our students and have something come in kind of mid-fall. So we are going with our policy. Once the guidelines come out, we'll refine, but that's how we are interpreting it at this point.
Okay. So I guess just for community clarity and honest to God, my clarity to cool.
Yeah.
And my other questions, which I just will hold for another appropriate time, will be the grievance committee of 3 and our logistics and solutioning around that. But I will hold those for the tracker.
Thank you. Trustee Singh.
Yes, I had a question about, sorry, I'm trying to figure out which one it was, but it was the one about, the social transitioning. Mm-hmm. Can we just get a little bit more guidance on how that's going to play out?
It's from, yeah.
Oh.
Kenneth is going to come up.
Oh, Kenneth. Here we go. Thank you.
Good evening. I think with this particular law, as Edna indicated earlier when she presented, she read it verbatim because aspects of it are unclear. And then I recognize, what does social transitioning mean? What does assistance look like? I think some of it is clear from the language that's reflected in the statute, but to the extent that it applies to how we engage with members of our student body. I think we're still working through some of that and trying to understand that interpretation. And we still have time because it doesn't go into effect until September 1. But that's something, again, that we're still trying to work through to understand exactly how it will relate to students and how it will relate to engagement with our students by our faculty, our staff, our teachers, and principals. So hopefully that's helpful for now. I mean, but the language that's reflected that Aetna read, I think that is clear. So assisting, providing specific guidance on social transitioning, maybe a referral to someone who could assist. I think that may be clear here, at least to some extent, that we're working through, but the various nuances of it and how it will apply, we're still working through.
Okay, so we haven't received explicit instruction, although school starts next week, and then this law starts September 1st.
It's September 1, that's correct.
So we are expecting to get more guidance.
Yeah, my office is working on it. We've been working with Aetna, so we're working through it. I mean, it's a lot of bills, but I know this one in particular has certainly caught my attention. So I've been working with my team on it, trying to work through it, understand it, and make sure that we have great guidance internally on how we're going to interpret this and how we're going to apply it.
Okay, and Superintendent, as part of that, are we allowed to, I guess, like I'm sure you all are thinking about what we can do to make sure our students know that they're all accepted and loved, even if we do have to abide by some of these laws.
Yeah, I mean, who we are doesn't change, and this is not the first time something's changed in the last year that has had us kind of reinforce our love for our students. The fact that, we are inclusive of every human, for lack of a better way of saying it. It's just, we have to be responsive to the law. There's a lot of nuances, he said. But, we have gone through this now 2 or 3 times this year. And I think we've learned some things from that. So I'm meeting with principals. We have a meeting with principals every Friday where we share different updates. This will be one that we share tomorrow. And then I think there's a meeting that's occurring next Monday with principals. And so that'll be one of the things we talk about. But I hear you. It's something that we want to make sure our students understand, that we're here to protect them, love them, educate them. But we are going to, follow the law. So that's kind of what I'll say about that at this point.
Additional questions? I just have one very quick one, which is I know I've been hearing just anecdotally from campuses and individuals that there's some confusion about, it's a flood, right? As you said, dozens and dozens of new laws, and people confused, maybe interpreting the law as well as they can, maybe interpreting the law that requires things that aren't really required. And how are we making sure our staff feels supported to understand kind of what the new rules are as they begin school, so they don't cross lines that, are new that we need to be aware of, and so they don't also do things that aren't required of the law, just to make sure there's clarity for people and they're getting that support they need.
Yeah, so the first thing is organizing all the laws and making sure everybody understands the timelines associated with each law. That's the big step. That's already been done. It's been completed. I think the other officers have seen kind of a version of what that schedule looks like. The part that is what we're working on right now is making sure our principals understand that each of the laws has a different timeline, different guidelines, different rulemaking. There's lots of different things associated with it. So now Edna is working with GA to kind of be very clear and communicate to our principals with support from Kenneth and myself as to what to expect and when. There are some things that we're going to be responsive to before the school year starts. There are some things that we have a little bit of a runway on, I should say. And so the next 2 meetings we have principals, again, tomorrow and Monday, we'll go kind of further into that with our principals. That's the approach that we're going to take. We have heard also some frustrations from our communities, from our school communities about, this school district has already posted this and this school district has done that. Well, how we do things requires kind of our internal assessment. There are lots of things that we get to do that are based on our interpretation, our understanding, and just how we operate. So I'm very cautious about just saying because some school district, 80 miles away decided to do something, we should do that exact same thing. It really needs to be tailored to who we are, and that's why I know it's maybe a little bit slower than we want it to be, but that's just the truth of where we are in the work. So it is on Kenneth's radar, it's on Edna's radar, certainly, and GA is going to have a role in kind of managing that to get across the finish line.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I would say, yes, thank you for being more thoughtful than I would say some other districts are. Like, quite frankly, a lot of this is ridiculous. Like, I'm going to call it like I see it. It is absolutely an attack on our kids, our schools, and silly, and meant to get people scared. So I really do appreciate that y'all are saying proceed as normal, and that you will get guidance from our general counsel on what to do. So you don't need to look at some other district who's maybe like overly complying with something that doesn't make sense out of fear, that our teachers can keep doing what they're supposed to do, and they will get legal, our teachers, educators, everyone who works with kids can focus on their jobs, and that our general counsel will give them that information, and that is the office where that will come from. And so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
I'm going to push back a little bit, just a little bit. Agree with everything you said, yes, and there are things we can get from other districts that are good. I was in a parent group today, and a parent asked, what does bell to bell mean? Bell to bell means bell to bell. I mean, it's not hard. But it is confusing for people who aren't in the education system. And I will say, I'm not saying we have to do anything that any other district does. However, there is an explainer video from West Plains High School that is super clear, and it's got kids doing it. They're taking out their ear pods, and they're taking their phones off their arms, and they're putting their phones away, and it's very clear what they can and cannot do. And so I'm not saying we have to do that, but I think the children of West Plains High School know what they can and cannot do.
On cell phone policy, that's something that's great to have specific guidance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Timely.
That's
Some of this other stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Some of the other stuff, no, but I think this is one where it's I posted it, and a lot of parents were like, thank you. I was like, that's not Austin, that's West Plains, that's in West Texas. But that's how they're interpreting the law, and I think it's safe. It lets kids keep their stuff, but not have it out. So I think there are some things that we can look at and learn, because it is 3 days till school starts, and people are still confused about what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, my kid isn't, and she's very unhappy that she's clear on it. But I think that there is some room to really get out there and communicate with people. Like, this is where we really want to over-communicate, because we don't want, the first week of school is already so stressful. If we can over-communicate, like what says fitness trackers that can't, that can't do a message. So can you wear a fitness tracker? Yes, but it can't send messages. It's really, there's a lot of stuff in there if you read it, and kids. We used to text in our pockets.
That Nokia phone.
Yeah, Nokia, totally.
Right. Every time I've texted in my pocket, it was not intentional. So I don't know what you're. But I did want to ask about that, because I think I did not watch the video that has the dry erase board and some kind of explanation about the cell phone policy. But I have received and seen questions around earbuds as pertains to accommodations for IEPs or for other purposes. So are there any implications within the cell phone policy or the state law that impact, and how are we responding to concerns that might impact students' access to technology that they need for assistive technology?
Well, there is an exception in the law and in the draft policy for use for medical reasons. And so, we've developed a form. A form's been developed so that a physician can let the district know or the school know that the child needs to use their device for a medical reason.
Thank you. And then otherwise, although wireless ear things don't actually transmit or receive data, they would be prohibited under our local policy because they would only be useful if they're connected to a device that does receive and send data. Am I saying, is that accurate?
There's a definition in the law that basically, well, if it doesn't meet the definition of the law, and I don't know why they would be wearing the AirPods.
That's my question, but the question I heard posed was around that, but they are not prohibited. But my thought was, but why else would you wear them if they weren't connected to a prohibited device? So I just want to clarify, are like ear things, whatever they're called, prohibited under our policy, and then is that the reason?
I need to read the definition in the bill, but if they don't violate the definition of I think it's something like being able to communicate or
send or receive.
Okay.
What is it?
And if it just
Personal communication device. It's a personal communication device, but there's a further definition. And I brought all these bills with me. Now I can't.
I guess I just want to make sure I can respond if this particular individual contacts me or if others have this concern. If a student has any reason to be listening to something, our district will provide the necessary ear things to connect to their Chromebook or whatever. Was that so? It's not like they would need to bring a device from home in order to use their Chromebook or to listen to things that they need to listen to.
While Edna looks that up, is this assistive technology? Is that what you're referring to? And I heard you earlier.
The two muddled together. I think it's very clear that assistive technology is permitted. I think the question was, but ear things aren't included in the state law, so they shouldn't be prohibited. But I don't see any reason why we wouldn't also prohibit those, because they are also distracting and disruptive if they're being used. And if students need access to be able to listen to something, our technology will be provided for that.
So the definition in the statute is a personal communication device means a telephone, cell phone, etc., or any other electronic device capable of telecommunication or digital communication. The term does not include an electronic device provided to a student by the school district.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to echo what Trustee Whitley Chu said, just around. I didn't hear it as being cell phone policy you were concerned. I think there are other policies more tied to students' identity and who they are. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that sentiment that we don't have to let the unrepresentative legislature nor other districts shape or influence our values. We have to follow the law, and we maintain our values, and I love that stance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right. I would just love to say to my colleagues, and especially my colleagues on the policy committee, I would love to go ahead and bring SB 11 to the board about period for prayer and reading of religious texts sooner rather than later, because I know our community will have questions, and we can make a vote on that. We don't have to take a vote until March, but I would love to take a vote sooner, and would love to go ahead. And I know, people are free to pray anytime they want, and I don't think we need to set aside a time, but I think whatever the policy committee brings to us, I would love for it to come soon. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all this information and for all the work you're doing, I know, to inform the staff to really take good care of this. Thank you. All right. So that ends our section on information reports from the administration. We had lots and lots of information and lots of good student outcome information as well. Thank you. So now we're moving into our preview of agenda items to be considered for a vote at our next regular board meeting, which is next week, August 21st. They're back-to-back this month. We have staff available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. This is not student outcomes focused time. So we will begin tonight with item 8. That's the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Does anyone have any questions on those? All right, moving on to number 8, board administration. Any questions? Section 10, business and finance. Section 11, facilities. Section 12 is talent strategy. Any questions? Perfect. Next is 13, policy. FM local is on the board's agenda for next week. Administration is recommending an additional revision to FM local that is not included in the draft of FM local in the agenda preview this evening, and that revision will include parental consent for field trips involving water activities for students at all grade levels. Currently, I believe it's just up to students who are 12 under state law. We're going a step farther. And it will also include staff requirements regarding students who cannot swim. Do we have any questions on policy items? I have one question on a policy item, 13.3. My understanding is that from our board council is that we could, there are options for District of Innovation changes to that. And I would love just a quick update about specifically about board approval, what we might do about board approval of library materials, because I know the statute as written creates a real delay in getting approvals to our, in getting books into our students and, to our students and to our schools. And then also I think takes kind of valuable staff time and valuable student time that unless we see there's a problem with what our librarians are doing, I would love to consider our options on that. Sure. Under DOI, I would love just a quick explanation of what our choices
Sure. Are. There's a lot in Senate Bill 13, and some of it is eligible to for inclusion in a DOI plan, and some of it is not. But the provisions related to required board approval of donated or purchased library materials is eligible for inclusion in a DOI plan, and as written, and the law would require, as you said, the board to approve all library purchases and review those, and it would, it would take a long time. It would be a lot of legwork, a lot of reading for you guys to do that. So that is something you certainly can consider to do. Yes.
Okay, and there are posting requirements to get the list, which would be a requirement for people on campuses purchasing books to get the list to us. So that would take librarian time, and then it has to be posted. So someone has to post it, and has to be posted for a certain period of time, and then we take a vote. So we're talking about a delay of at least a couple of months between people ready to purchase and getting a book to our students, correct?
That's right, and it also gives trustees the option to edit the list. So, for example, to reject items on the list, which may not be an issue in Austin ISD, but it could very easily be an issue in other districts. So it's worth taking a look at it. It would be tremendously burdensome on the board, I think, and also, yes, like you said, it would be a slow process.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that information with us. What would the process be, Superintendent Segura, to get a DOI modification? I know we have a committee. There's a process the board needs to approve, a recommendation. What would the process be?
Well, I'm going to have to get general counsel and Ken and Josh with Christine to kind of, I'm not kind of up to speed on that.
I don't need to know in this moment, but I would very much like for us to consider that. And I don't know if that's possible before we vote next week, if we could get that in place and modify it, or if we would need to wait until September. I don't know the answer to that, but
yeah, you could not have gone through the process to amend your DOI plan by next week.
Okay. So I would love to just get an update to the board about that if we can from our council, and would like to consider that before for a vote in September with a modification to the policy that's in front of us. And at the same time, I would love recommendation from our council about whether we need to approve a policy as written next week to be in compliance with the law while we consider a DOI change. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Trustee Hunter.
And Section 13 is actually for the board lawyer. I have a question about policy on policies. When we met and discussed in the policy committee, we met and discussed the policy and moved it forward to the board. Pretty much, I believe, was unchanged from what TASB gave us. But Trustee Kaufman has now brought up something, right? And I spoke with some folks at Austin who have brought up some different things, and I even passed on a conversation to Josh and Dr. Rodriguez today of like more things that are coming up. The policy that we have can be amended in the voting meeting. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that?
I don't think you're wrong about that. Amending a policy in the voting meeting is never a great time.
Okay.
So that's something we want to try to avoid having to do.
Okay.
And I'm just speaking in general terms, not about any specific policy. If there is a law that goes into effect, let's say on September 1st, that requires a policy to be adopted, or a law that goes into effect beginning with the school year that requires a policy to be adopted by September 1st, it is a thing you can do is adopt a policy to accomplish that, right? And you can go back and change that policy if you find that it does not meet your needs. A lot of what Kenneth and Edna were saying about some of these laws, they're not incredibly clear. And so the implementation of a policy that might be required, or a new legal requirement, is going to be, there's going to be some learning curve involved in that. So I think that is something you might want to consider, just setting an expectation that some of these policies you're having to approve in haste in order to meet the law, the requirements of the law maybe have to be revisited.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next section is section 14, other. We will be considering possible action on our Lone Star governance quarterly and yearly evaluations. Ashley is hoping that we'll send those in if you haven't yet, and then a second with an interlocal agreement. Any questions about those? Perfect. Okay, that ends our regular agenda preview. Thank you, everybody. And we will move to one item for action on tonight's agenda. Vice President Whitley Chu, do we have a motion to approve item 5.1?
I move to approve item 5.1 and read for the record that the Board of Trustees approve the adoption of an order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of Austin Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds, Series 2025, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of the bonds, prescribing the form, terms, conditions, and resolving other matters incident and related to the issuance, sale, and delivery of the bonds, including the approval and distribution of an official statement pertaining thereto, authorizing the execution of a paying agent / registrar agreement and a purchase contract, complying with the letter of the representations on file with the depository trust company, delegating the authority to certain members of the Board of Trustees and district staff to complete and execute certain documents relating to the sale of the bonds and providing an effective date.
Just to be clear, it's 15.1.
15.1.
I said that.
Read it again.
I said that.
5.1.
Do I have to say it again?
Say 5.1
Well, I move to approve item 15.1, which I've already read for the record.
Are we good? Okay. Is there a second for item 15.1?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Quintana. Is there any discussion on item 15.1? All right. Having a motion by Vice President Whitley Chu and a second by Trustee Quintana to approve item 15.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion carries by all those on the dais. Thank you very much, and thank you to our bond group for being here. I'm sorry we made you wait so very long, and thank you for helping us with the sale. We will now recess the open meeting at 11:17 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we're finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to take action on our transfer appeals and to formally adjourn the meeting. The action and adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us, and have a good evening.